And do you guys see a notice on your end to give permission? Okay. All right. That was something new they just started doing. I didn't know if they were still continuing or not. I say new, that's probably been within a year or so. So we are getting through Unit 18 rather rapidly because there's not too much to say. So we're keeping it simple. We're keeping it basic. I think a big part of Unit 19, I think a big part of this class is to teach you guys to let you know when you need to advise your clients to talk to other professionals. Are you guys kind of learning that it may take a village to help you buy or sell a house? And what we can do is help coordinate that village, right? So everybody, please understand the importance of staying in your lane. If you're not a tax expert or a CPA, you cannot give tax advice. And just because you may do your own taxes on TurboTax each year does not make you a tax expert. Okay, so again, a big part of this class is so you know how to respond when your buyer or seller says, what's tax deductible? Or can you draft a document for me? Or, any of the other things, what's this home inspection report mean? That's when we need to call in our village and have the other experts that are involved in the transaction to make sure we're doing what's best for our buyer and seller. So with that being said, we left yesterday talking about different definitions. These definitions are in your book on 465. I'm going to put these into formula format in just a second. Now, I mentioned yesterday that we have picked our calculator up for the last time in class. Take time to do your mini celebration if you wish. So there's no more math that we have to learn, but we do need to look at these formulas. I really do not think you're going to see this math on your test, but I do think we need to understand what these words mean. So either you have the definition, which is where we left yesterday, or maybe the formula will help you put that together and how it works. And that's where we're heading today. Any questions on the words that we defined? Again, all of these are listed for you on page 465. Any questions up until yesterday? Good morning. So remember, in this unit, we're talking about, there's actually two different types of taxes. We first started talking with possible tax deductions if you own, and now we're switched gears and we're talking about possible tax deductions if you're an investor. And if you're an investor, whether or not you get these tax deductions, a lot of that depends on if you own the property for short-term or long-term. The investor tax deductions is not available to investors that own the property for short term. And short term is defined as less than 12 months. So when we talk about what kind of investor are you, short term or long term, short term is not going to be eligible for some of these tax benefits. Why don't you tell me in the chat, who is the short term investor? When we talk about investors, who do we think of? The short term investor. What do they do, I guess? And somebody said it perfectly. Yep. They're the ones, you buy the home, you flip it, and you turn around and sell it. They own it for less than 6 months, right? That's that type of investor. The sooner they can buy it and flip it and get it out of their inventory, the more money they're going to make. Does this make sense? So that flipper, that one that owns it for less than 12 months, and guys, sometimes we're talking 4 or 5 months before this is ready to sell again. It does not take them long to build or renovate. Have you guys watched the sheets being built lately? I swear those things just pop up overnight. They scare me a little bit, but it doesn't take long to build or do major renovations. If you're a short-term investor, your tax benefits are just part of your ordinary income. Okay, that's your job, is to buy, invest, flip, and sell. So the tax benefits that the short-term investor gets is just part of their income. So what we're talking about, what we're focusing on is the long-term investor, the investor that owns it for more than 12 months. Maybe they fix it up, maybe they renovate it, but longer than 12 months, we're typically getting a tenant in place now, right? Because now we have somebody that's paying us monthly to pay the bills. So investors can kind of fall in two different categories. If you're a long-term investor, there are tax considerations that are available to you. Just FYI, in order to have this type of your principal residence, if you're a married couple filing jointly, you can claim up to $500,000 tax-free. Single person or married can claim up to $250,000 tax-free. That'll make a whole lot more sense. In just a second, I promise we'll see an example. And in order to consider for this type of tax consideration when you're selling your real property, again, it needed to have been your principal residence, and you had to have occupied it at least 2 out of the last 5 years. So maybe you buy it and then it eventually becomes an investment property, right? Maybe when you bought it, you didn't think it was going to be, but then you ended up converting it to a investment property. The key here is if you occupied it for 2 out of the last 5 years, and please understand those 2 years don't have to be consecutive. So as long as the time that you live there totaled up to 2 years, then you could qualify for some tax considerations when you're selling that property. So as I mentioned yesterday, we defined some words, and now we're going to take those words, and these words all revolve around your capital gain taxes and what you may or may not be eligible for. And now we're going to take some of these words that we defined yesterday, and we're going to put them in formula, and we're going to break this down a little bit. Yesterday, we said the adjusted basis was the cost of purchasing plus your capital improvements. Remember, we said your purchase price plus your closing costs. That's what gave us your cost basis. So if you see the definition, your cost basis plus your capital improvements is your adjusted basis. So basically what I'm telling you is your adjusted basis is what you paid for it when you purchased it, plus anything you put into it to add value. Remember, capital improvements add value. Painting a room does not add value. Putting new carpet doesn't add value. Adding square footage adds value, for example. So what you paid for it back in the day when you bought it is your cost basis. Add that to your capital improvements, and that gives you your adjusted basis. The second piece of the formula is to focus on when you sold it. So we first studied when you bought it and what you did with it while you owned it. Now let's talk about what you sell it for. That's your amount realized. So whatever you sell it for, take your sales price minus your allowable closing costs. So our adjusted basis is what I paid for it when I bought it, plus everything I invested, capital improvements, during the time that I owned it. My amount realized is what I sold it for. Once you look at those things together, we've defined adjusted basis, we've defined your amount realized. Now, when we look at the two together, the difference in the two tells the investor if they had a capital gain or a capital loss, or not a capital loss, but a capital gain or a loss. So your amount realized is what you sold it for. Your adjusted basis is what you bought it for, plus your capital improvements. And again, we're getting ready to look at an example. The difference of the two tells the investor their capital gains or loss. Could your adjusted basis be more than your amount realized? Unfortunately, yes. So if you sell it at a loss, selling at a loss is fairly common with beginner investors. They may invest more in flipping it and rebuilding it and redoing it, and then realizing that they're not going to get that money back. So investors got to kind of, especially when they're first getting started, they got to feel their way. They got to learn what to and invest money into the property and what not to. So let's put, we just got 3 formulas, 3 definitions, 3 formulas. So let's put these together more in practice and see. And y'all just put your pencils down for a second. Everybody just put your pencil down. So let's talk just a second, an example about how we can, in practice. So your original purchase price was $398,000. You had 1,515 closing costs. 20 years later, you sold it for a heck of a profit of $920,000 with 6 closing costs. So first off, we're going to find our cost basis. If there had been capital improvements plus capital improvements, then that would be our adjusted basis. Does that make sense? The cost basis is what you paid for it, add your capital improvements, and that gives you your adjusted basis. This particular investor didn't do any capital improvements. So the only thing that they have to consider, the only thing they have to look at is their cost basis. So we found the cost basis, what they bought it for, plus their closing costs. And then they turned around and sold it 20 years later at a profit for $920,000, deducting their allowable closing costs. And that gave them their amount realized. So their cost basis or their adjusted basis, what we bought it for versus what we invested, your amount realized is what you sold it for. So in this case, this investor's capital gains is $519,850, the difference between their amount realized and their adjusted basis. If this individual was a married couple filing jointly, their capital gains is $519,850. But remember, we said married couple filing jointly can get up to $500,000 tax-free. And this is what that means. So because they're a married couple filing jointly, we deduct $500,000, which now we have their taxable capital gain. What are we actually going to gain your capital gain or tax your capital gain taxes on? So now they're only paying taxes on $19,850. We're pretending that the tax rate is 15%. I do not know if that's true or not. That's why I put that asterisk there. And that means their bill for selling this property, their tax bill, $2,977.50. Not great, I know, but it's better than 15% on $519,850, right? They got that break because they were a married couple filing jointly. If it was a single person or a married couple filing separately, then we could only deduct $250,000 tax exemption. And that's what we meant by those numbers there. Questions? Again, I don't think you're going to see this math, but I do think you need to understand what the cost basis is, adjusted basis, amount realized, and capital gain. So if seeing the formulas help you, you got it. If knowing the definition helps you, you got that as well. Have a very basic understanding. Other things that may be tax deductible for homeowners. And this first one gained popularity about 2.5 years ago, didn't it? Having an office in the home. So if you have a space in your home dedicated to your office, you may be able to have tax deductions. There's some rules. For example, it needs to be used exclusively for business. You guys see my tax deductible, this little corner? This is my tax deductible expense each year, my home office. I never do anything fun in this corner. It is all work. I kind of like it that way though. And installment sales may be eligible for tax basis. Remember we talked about installments, land contract, installment sales contract at the end of unit 10. The buyer is paying the purchase price, but they're not doing it in one lump sum. How are they doing it? They're paying in installments. So the seller, the owner that's collecting those installments may be able to have tax deductions, tax benefits for those installment payments that they receive. And then if you have a vacation home, some of those expenses of maintaining that home may be tax deductible. So if you have, as long as it meets the definition of a vacation home, I know, for example, if you want to claim it as a vacation home, you can't live there more than 14 days out of the year. So it is a true, you're going down, just checking on it every once in a while, right? So it's a true vacation home. You're only there 2 weeks the rest of the time. And that's just for an example, of course. But if you own vacation property, again, call your accountant. There may be some expenses, some house expenses that you may qualify for some tax benefits. Bottom line of this entire unit, call your accountant. Good morning. Another thing to call your accountant for, again, back to investors, if you are an investor, we mentioned that the tax deferred exchange, the 1031 program, there's verbiage for this in our standard offer to purchase and contract. So when we looked at 2T, now that we're here talking about taxes, this is a program for investors from the IRA. I'm sorry, IRS, who's IRA? The IRS. And what they'll allow you to do is if you are an investor and you sell one investment property and you use the proceeds of that sale to purchase another investment property. So you're exchanging an investment property for an investment property. And if you're an investor selling one, buying one, selling one, buying one, selling one, buying one, you can defer paying taxes on those investment properties. Isn't that a nice program for the investor? And there's no end to this. As long as you're in the investment game, you may be eligible to keep deferring paying those taxes. And when we talk about like-kind exchange, it's property for property. I mean, they're not so specific to say if you sell a condo, you have to buy a condo. We're saying, residential real estate for residential real estate, or commercial for commercial, right? And it may not even be that specific, I don't know. But when we're talking about like-kind exchange, we're just saying property for property. Again, if you're an investor, or once you're licensed and you start working with investors, make sure they're aware of this program. There's some other rules in place. I know, for example, there's a certain amount of time that you have to purchase the next property in. So don't hold me to this, but I want to say it's like 6 months. So once you sell this investment property, you have to buy the next one within 6 months. Do not write that down. I'm not sure about that. Obviously, you won't be tested on that. But just as an example, there's other rules, and that's what your investor's accountant can help make sure. So our 1031 exchange. Another thing that accountants look at that we talked about is depreciation. Accountants need to know how to depreciate, how to deduct that loss in value. It's like driving a brand new car off a lot, right? As soon as you drive it off the lot, it starts losing value. Well, as soon as the home is built, year 1, it loses a little value. Year 5, it uses a little value. So the accountant can help the investor determine how much value it's losing, how that affects their taxes. And what the investor typically does is called straight line depreciation. So let's say, for example, they determine the effective age of this building is 30 years. The accountant. And what straight line depreciation says, let's just make some numbers up. Let's pretend that let's play with some big numbers today. Let's pretend that this property has been valued. You buy it for $1 million. And you or your accountant have determined that its effective life is good for 30 years. So if you take $1 million divided by 30 years, I get 333,000. I'm just going to round there and say 333. So what straight line depreciation says is that year 1, it's going to lose $33,333. Year 2, it's going to lose that amount. Year 3, year 5, year 16, every year for the next 30 years, it's going to lose the same amount each year. And that's what straight line depreciation is. Again, we're not saying in 30 years the building's going to fall down. We're just talking about tax benefits and how the investor or the owner can recover those. Okay. There's your accounting lesson for the day. Key terms, again, cost basis, adjusted basis, capital gains, amount realized, those words that we defined yesterday. Your key point review. And your student quiz, 473. And the student quiz, this is where we see the end of the student quiz here on page 474. Some of that math that we see is our profit and loss math that we did yesterday after unit 12. So don't just dismiss all the math in unit 18 because there is profit and loss math. I think equity buildup or equity increase. Questions on unit 18. Short, sweet, and to the point. Okay. All right. I need to stop sharing just for 1 second so I can switch out my PowerPoint. So bear with me. Good morning. And we are now jumping into unit 16. So if you guys want to find that, that starts on page 422. $16 is also, let's see, will the home still depreciate if you continuously work on capital improvements? That's a great question that I do not know the answer to. Unit 18 is one of those that y'all now know what I know. So I don't know the answer to that. So unit 16 is also short, sweet, and to the point. We're getting ready to see lots of green stars, so we're going to get through this pretty quickly. The key to unit 16 is the keywords. Focus on your key terms back on page 421, having a basic understanding of what these words mean. You're going to see a test question or two, no more than that. So we're not going to get bogged down in this unit. This is our builders unit. Y'all want to put on your builder's hat now, your developer hat. So now we're going to build some houses. Particularly, we're going to build some residential houses. So this is our basic residential construction. I will say buyers ask a lot of questions. They point at stuff and say, what's that? What's that? What's this? So if you have a basic understanding of residential construction, you may be able to answer some of their basic questions. Of course, anything beyond the basic, we need to defer them to the builder or developer, general contractor, somebody that has a better understanding of construction. So in this unit, we're going to talk about some basic architectural types and styles of residential construction. Again, the focus is residential, not commercial. We're going to talk about the components of a house. We're going to break down the components of a home and just basically define some words about what goes into building a home. So first off, let's look at some very basic architectural designs. And obviously this isn't all of them. This is just some of them. The ranch is, the idea with a ranch is you have all of your main living on one level. So your kitchen, your living room, your dining room, your bedrooms, your bathrooms, it's all on one level. Maybe you have a basement, maybe you don't, maybe you have an attic, maybe you don't, but all of your main living is on one level. The split level, you have on the main level, typically, you have living room, kitchen, dining room. And then at some point halfway in the house, the home splits. You go upstairs to the bedrooms, or you go downstairs to maybe a bonus room, laundry room, workspace, office, that kind of thing. It's not uncommon for of the split level, the lower level to be below grade. Remember we talked about below grade is any side touching earth. Do not confuse a split level with a split foyer. A split foyer is a two-story home. You walk in the front door, you got two choices. You got stairs that go up, you got stairs that go down. So here you have some main level living, and then the home splits. A two-story home is somehow cut in half. Maybe your primary bedroom is on the main level. Maybe all of your bedrooms are upstairs. We're starting to see primary on the main more and more. Obviously, kitchen, living room, dining room is going to be on the main. And then contemporary is more of your unique design. Somebody put their own special touch on it. They kind of stand out a little bit. What I've learned in my years is that buyers have their own preference. Some buyers may look at you and say, I don't want stairs, or I don't want my kids on the same level as me. So what I've learned is they have preferences. And I've also learned that we need to be prepared for buyers to change their minds. As they get out and start looking at properties, sometimes what they think they want is different than what they end up buying. I had buyers once, and she looked at me on day one and she said, I don't want a ranch. I don't like it. I don't like the look of it. I don't like the idea of it. Please do not show me a ranch. And I said, you got it. So we were out a couple months looking at property. I want to know what she ended up buying. She bought a ranch. I said, you sure? You're pretty adamant on day one. And she's like, this one. I said, all right, let's do it. So buyers typically have their own preference. And like I said, just be prepared for buyers' minds to change, especially once you get them out there and start looking at property. So of the four of these, why don't you guys tell me in a private chat? I'd like to hear from everybody. Make sure we're awake this morning. Why don't you guys tell me in a private chat, of the four of these, which one do you think is the most expensive to build? Which one do you think is the most expensive to construct? Yeah, and I agree that you start adding bells and whistles, any of these can be more expensive, right? You start, especially when you start custom designing, custom build, and every time I hear the word custom, I tend to hear that dollar price go up a little bit. So I mean, you know, there may not be a right answer to this. I can see where the contemporary can get out of hand pretty quickly, especially when the individual starts designing. But typically, the ranch is the most expensive to build. And the reason being is because when you're building a home, the two most expensive components are the roof and the foundation. So with a ranch, you have all of your main living under one roof and on one foundation. You're building out and not up. So typically, without adding bells and whistles, typically the ranch is most expensive. I mean, a lot of times your two-story may be the same or more square foot as the ranch, but you've built up. You're using half of the roof and half of the foundation. So some basic architectural styles. And when you guys get licensed, there's classes, there's designations, certifications where you can learn more about construction. It's really interesting. One of my designations is a new home designation, and it's really, really interesting to learn everything that goes into and about construction and building residential property. So what we're going to do now, we're going to take this picture, and if you want to take a screenshot of it, but that's fine. If not, I mean, you got it in your PowerPoint, so you don't need to. But what we're going to do is take this picture and we're going to break it down, and we're going to talk about some of the major components of the home. And we're going to start at the bottom and work our way up, because that's how they build a house. So we're going to start with the foundation, build our way up. So our foundation, before you can put down the foundation, you first have to put footings down. Footings are dug into the ground. So they dig trenches into the ground, and then usually they pour concrete. And it's the footings that the foundation rests on. We're going to talk about the foundation next. The footings need to be below the frost line to allow for, the ground to expand. It depends on where you are in the country. The frost line may be deeper than others. If you go further north, for example, the frost line is deeper. So how far you dig just depends on where you are. And as we said on the, should you write this down? Well, you could see a test question or two. On the footings is where we build the foundation. I got a couple different types of foundations. So we'll talk about those next. But the foundation rests on the footings. The foundation is what provides the surface, what we're going to build on. What you're looking at here is the start of a crawl space. And you can see in areas with open space, they're going to put in piers just to help support. If this was one big open area, it'd be easy for the floor to sag or for the home to sag. So piers help support the flooring. A couple of different types of foundation. Your basement is a story high place. It's a whole story high. Maybe it's finished, maybe it's not. But it's a story high. If it's finished, you can use it for a bonus room, den, storage. If it's not, you're probably looking at dirt or maybe something like this. Your crawl space is also dug in, but it's not a story high. It's shorter than a basement, if you will. I've seen some tall crawl spaces. I've seen some crawl spaces where I can stand up. It's not saying much because I'm really not a tall person, but it's not a story high. And then you may also have a slab where you don't have any space underneath. The foundation pours right on the ground. It's concrete, it's flat, it pours right on the ground. Again, everybody has a preference. Some benefits for a crawl space in a basement: you have ventilation. You usually have access to your pipes. Can be under the home. I have heard one negative of a slab is because they put the pipes in and then they pour the concrete around them. So once those pipes are there, they are where they are. So if you want to remodel your bathroom, your sink is here. You're not going to be able to easily move those pipes. So that could be one benefit, again, for a crawl space in a basement, is you have some flexibility if you want to rebuild. So we had our footings, our foundation. Your sill rests on the foundation or the pier. Your sill is your lowest piece, horizontal piece of wood. It sits on the foundation. Again, it's about aiding in the support. A girder also helps with support. A girder can also help balance. We want the home to start level. So girders may help with balance. On that goes the floor joists. Floor joists are what support the entire weight of the floor. The floor joists take on the entire weight of the floor. On there, you can add your subfloor. Your subfloor is usually some kind of pressed wood. So plywood, particle board, something like that. And then on your subfloor, you put the flooring that you and I see: carpet, tile, laminate, etc. Bridging, yeah. I thought I heard something. Bridging is usually a wood or a metal strip. It's just used to connect the joists, and it just, again, helps with the load. It helps supports the load. So you may have bridging in. It's all about support. The floor, I mean, think about how much weight the lower part of the house takes on. So anything to help with support. From the floor, we move up the wall. Studs are your vertical lumber boards. Studs are what start giving the home their bones of the home, if you will. Have you guys ever heard that? As long as the bones are good, we can do the repair. We're referring to the studs. So the studs are your vertical boards, typically in newer construction, 16 inches apart. Construction changes throughout the year. So if you're looking at an older home, they may be further apart than 16 inches, but today we tend to have our studs 16 inches apart. And again, it just gives the home the skeleton, the bones, the framing, if you will. The sole plate and the top plate, the plates, the sole plate connects the stud to the floor. The top plate connects the stud to the joist. So the plates connect the stud to the top and the bottom. I always remember these because, I mean, top plate is at the top. Sole plate, think of like the sole of your shoes. It's the bottom part of you. And then headers are horizontal pieces of wood that go over open spaces to offer support. So think about having an open space for a door or a window. You're not going to have a stud running through the window. You have an open space. So they're going to put a header just to offer support so that open space doesn't cave in. Prevents the door frame or the window frame from falling on your head, if that helps. Different framing systems. The most common is what you're looking at here, and it's referred to platform framing. And in platform, each floor is framed separately. So you got the first floor framed, the second floor framed. It looks like this attic is framed. Each level is framed separately. This is the most common. Balloon framing, the studs go from the bottom to the top. They're not separated by the floor. Studs go from bottom the whole way to the top, not separated by the floor. And then post and beam usually uses a different kind of lumber. It's a bigger lumber. More, think of lodge. I tend to think of like Thomas Kincaid with post beam lodge homes. You see those huge piers. Again, just a different lumber. Moving on up to the roof and the ceiling. Again, your ceiling joist is what lays the support for the attic, for the roof, excuse me, the roof of the home. It's connected to the stud by the top plate. Your rafters are the boards that frame the shape of your roof. So in North Carolina, kind of a, we'll talk about this in a second, but a triangle shape. I got a fancy word for it in just a second. There you go. That's your rafters. We'll talk more about the roof in just a minute. Gives the roof its shape, the rafters. The ridge board is the highest part of construction. Good morning. The ridge board is the highest part of the construction, the highest part of the property. The overhang of the roof is referred to as the eave. The eave is the overhang. There's some components of the eave. The soffit allows ventilation. If you were, that's this piece right here. It's got little holes in it a lot of the times for ventilation. If you were to go outside on break and stand flat against the outside of your home and look straight up, you'll be looking at the soffit. Please wait to break till do that. The fascia board is what we attach our gutters to. And then the frieze board is usually a little piece that faces the street. It's more decorative, gives the home its character. In this picture, you see flashing right here. Flashing is just help to seal open spaces. So if you have a chimney coming out of the roof, or if you have any vents or anything, it's going to have flashing around it. So when it rains, it doesn't leak into the home. A lot of home construction, you guys, is about keeping moisture out. Water is not good for your home. So how can we keep that moisture out? Flashing helps with that. So we've built the framing, we built the foundation, have all the framing. Now we can start putting walls on. Your exterior walls. Sheathing is usually, exterior sheathing is what attaches to these studs. Again, plywood, particle board, something like that. Builders used to use tar paper on the sheathing to add the exterior siding. What we're seeing a lot of today is house wrap. It's usually white. If you're watching a home being constructed, you can see some kind of white. It looks like plastic wrap. So I think more and more builders are starting to use that. But tar paper or house wrap go on the sheathing, and that's what helps attach the exterior siding. The exterior siding is what you and I see. What you're looking at in this picture right here is vinyl siding. You may have brick, you may have stone, stucco. Siding, not only does it help the home look nice, but it also helps protect the home from the elements. Rain, sun, sleet, hail. Homes have windows, a couple different types of windows. Your sliding window either slides up or side to side. So you have one panel that moves in a sliding window. Your swinging window opens out. It's usually got a crank and it opens out. It usually has an awning or something over it. And then your fixed windows don't move. Your fixed windows are your picture windows. They're just there for decoration. They don't open. Some components of the windows. The window sill is the bottom part. Your window sill is the bottom. The window jamb are the sides. The encasing, the header is the top. The sash is the part of the window that moves. So if it opens up, that piece that moves up is the sash. If it opens from side to side, again, the piece that moves is the sash. And windows may have muttons and mullions, and no, these are not words I'm making up. They're real words. Muttons and mullions are the pieces that divide the windows. So your muttons are your horizontal pieces. Your mullions are your vertical pieces. They're the panes, if you will, what create those window panes. Homes also have doors. Exterior doors are different than interior doors. Exterior door, for example, is your front door. Interior door is your bedroom door, your closet door. Your exterior door is usually a little more solid, more thick, more secure than your closet door. Flush doors are smooth finish. Flush doors have a smooth finish. Panel doors is what you're looking at. They have raised or indented panels, just help to give it appeal, make it look pretty. Sliding glass doors generally open up into a balcony or a patio, maybe a deck. They're glass and they slide open, left to right or right to left. French doors are usually more upscale. You're going to see those in more luxury properties. They're just decorative doors. They usually have glass panels. Usually we see French doors leading from the kitchen to the formal dining room, for example. Some more upscale. Doors also have components. Again, for our purposes, the sill is the bottom, meets the window. The jamb is the sides. The header is the top. Where's your head? Your head is on top. That's where the door's header is as well, and the window header. Still building. We have walls, we have windows, we have doors. Now we need our roof. The roof decking is the sheathing. The decking is what lays on the rafters. Remember, the rafters is what gives the roof its shape. The boards, the lumber that gives the roof its shape. So on the rafters, you put your decking. You can use roofing felt. That's some kind of tar paper, for example. The felt goes on the decking. Your shingles attach to the decking through the felt, through the tar paper. In this area, asphalt shingles or fiberglass shingles are most common. That's what you're looking at here is probably asphalt. And you see how it's layered? It's designed this way so the water will run down. We don't want rain, and the roof takes all the elements, doesn't it? If the sun's out, it bears down on the roof. If it's raining, the roof gets it. High winds, sleet, hail, snow, ice, the roof bears it all. So we want to make sure that it's sliding off the roof. The pitch of the roof is referring to the slope. Rise over run. The larger the rise, the steeper the slope. This is a pretty steep roof that we're looking at. It would have a high pitch, a high rise. Various designs on page 428. In North Carolina, the gable is the most common. You may have a hip where you have 4 sides. The gable would just be 2 sides. The hip would be 4. Dormers are those little windows. So you might maybe they're for decorative purposes. Maybe you can walk out on them, in them, just depends. We see salt box around here as well too. This is like a home that's 1.5 stories. So it doesn't have a full 2-story. The flat roof is most common, what you see for commercial. Again, the trick to the flat roof and commercial is going to be drainage. We don't want a bunch of water sitting up there and accumulating, adding weight, building mold, attracting mosquitoes. So we want drainage. It needs proper drainage on those flat roofs. Again, but just to give you an idea of the different roof designs. Homes require insulation, various insulation for different levels of the home. Most of your attic will almost always have insulation. Some, if you have a crawl space or a basement, there's going to be some from the elements of the ground. You may have some on the exterior walls as well. Some newer homes with a higher budget may even have insulation in interior walls. So again, an exterior wall, when you're standing inside, if you're looking at an exterior wall, that means the other side of the wall is the outside. If you're standing in your home and you're looking at an interior wall, the other side of the wall is another room. So sometimes what we're seeing in higher end construction is insulation in interior walls. Materials, The old tried and true were those insulation rolls. Y'all remember those things with Pink Panther, and you just pretty much take them and just literally roll them out. But we're evolving. We're starting to see loose fill or blown in, which is what our Pink Panther is doing right here. He's blowing in insulation. It'll harden, help provide insulation. We're also starting to see builders use a foam material. Again, it's kind of sprayed in and then it hardens. Weather stripping is used around exterior doors and windows to help keep the elements and critters out. Critters don't need much space to get in if they're looking for heat or cool or food. You can put up weather stripping. But it also helps keep the elements out. Have you ever sat in an old drafty home? There's no air moving, no fan moving, but the curtains are. Yeah, we could probably put some weather stripping. Help keep all that wind out. And then again, a huge part of house construction is moisture control. That's why we have ventilation in the attic, ventilation in the crawl space or basement. We want to keep moisture out. Moisture can do some damage, big damage, mold. Insulation measures its absorption, its ability to absorb heat and cold by using an R value. The higher you go in the home, the higher your R value, depending on where you are in the country. If you go up to the mountains, for example, you may be using a higher R value. It's its resistance to heat. Typically, again, your ceilings, your higher R value, building codes currently are requiring an R value of 30. They're bearing the heat, the ceiling's bearing the heat of the roof. So as you come down a little bit, yes, the walls and the floors get sun, but usually not the direct, as much direct as what the roof gets. If you're constructing and it does get a lot of sun, you may want to consider a higher R value in the floors and the ceiling or the walls, but this just gives us our minimum. Any questions so far? It's pretty basic, pretty cutthroat, isn't it? It is what it is. All right, let's go ahead and take our break. We come back, we're about 10 minutes away from finishing up Unit 16, and then we move on. Not sure what I did. I hit a button, but I think we're close. There were 30 some seconds left. So I don't have an alarm to notify you. I wish I could do impressions. Could sound like an alarm, but we're back. We are back. Yep, no alarm. Sorry. I hit a button. I'm good for that, aren't I? All right. Cameras are on and I can see you. We'll take attendance. And we are minutes, slides away from finish up 16. Again, short, sweet, and to the point. The trick is to have just a basic understanding of what these words mean. So you get yourself a question or two on your test. But, just got you guys. But we're not spending all of our study time on Unit 16. We can look over Unit 16, but we're not going to spend all of our study time. Questions so far? Talking about insulation, R values, it's just its resistance to heat. How insulin is or insulation is measured. Heating systems, heating and cooling systems. The most common today in North Carolina is the HVAC, which stands for heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. So it's a combined unit. It provides heat and AC, and it vents. Various power sources. I'd say electricity and oil are the most common. Natural oil or natural gas, excuse me, electricity and natural gas. We're starting to see more solar panels pop up. You may have some old systems that run on coal or wood burning furnaces, maybe oil. But again, here, the most common power sources for your HVAC are going to be electricity or natural gas. Systems other than your HVAC, you may have a central forced warm air. This is going to be what we see most common today. It uses heat pumps to push and pull air throughout the entire interior of the home. Ductwork, duct systems to let the air travel to the various rooms. Older homes may have a gravity warm air. A gravity warm air, there is no duct system. It's a central furnace. So the central location of the home has a furnace. Again, in older homes, I should say, you may see these electric baseboards. They're these baseboards that hook up to the bottom of the wall. They can generate some heat. Again, see these in older homes, not so much in new construction today. Space heating systems are your kerosene heaters, your radiators. The radiators are like the coils. Those things get hot. Do not touch those. Again, maybe see those in older homes. And gaining in popularity is solar heating. The unit captures the energy from the sun, and it uses that energy for solar heating. If the system is a passive solar heating system, it's just for that one property. So if you ever see solar panels on the roof of a home, it's a passive system. If it's an active system, then it's like a large solar farm, and it's capturing heat to distribute to various places. My Winston-Salem people, if you go out Clemensville Road, you go past like just almost across the street from Hobby Park, there's a huge solar farm out there now. I'm going to say within the last, 5-7 years, I don't know, time gets away from me. There's a huge solar farm out there now. So again, you're starting to see more and more solar heating, so interesting. Solar heating systems, pluses and minuses to everything. So I encourage you to do your research, talk to some experts, Google, but do your research before you make sure it's good. Some different cooling systems. If it's not an HVAC, you may have, usually if it is an HVAC, I should say, you have central forced air. But you may have room air conditioners, window units, that kind of thing. Guys, please remember, air conditioning is a luxury. Do your head one way or another. Does cooling matter when you're trying to determine total heated square foot? Does cooling matter? Do your head. It does not. The only thing we need to count it for total heated square foot is if we have adequate heating. AC is a luxury. But different room conditioners, window units. Back to our HVAC again, what we see the most common in North Carolina is the heat pump. It's a combination of heat and air. It pulls the heat from the outside to pump into in the wintertime. It reverses in the summertime, removes heat from the home. And heat is measured in BTUs, British thermal units. The higher the BTU, the more heat. It's not uncommon for, especially new construction like 2-story homes, to have dual heating systems. We all know heat rises, right? So if you have a 2-story home, your system is working awfully hard to heat and cool the second floor or the first floor. You're pushing all the heat up. So some 2-story newer homes, you're going to see dual units where you have a heat system for the downstairs and maybe a smaller one, a smaller unit for the upstairs. If your buyers ever want to know if it's dual heating, go outside and look for 2 units or go inside and look for 2 thermostats. If it's dual heating, you're going to have a thermostat downstairs and a thermostat upstairs, so you can regulate the various floors. Government regulations on building, particularly North Carolina has a uniform residential building codes. Building codes, we talked about these back in Unit 6. And these set minimum construction standards. So building codes tell builders this is the minimum you have to build. And the whole purpose of building codes is to set standards for safety. The builder can do more than the minimum, of course, but in order to get the certificate of occupancy, they have to at least meet the minimum standards, minimum building codes. HUD also has minimum standards. Remember we talked about FHA and VA loans. Homes have to meet a different criteria. So HUD has a different standards than government regulations. They're higher, stricter. And then if you're doing a major project, major renovation, you may have a general contractor involved. Contractor licensing is a whole separate school class test, probably more field work, general contractors. Who can remember, this was back in Unit 3, and we said if your project was X amount or more, you had to have a general contractor coordinate. Does anybody remember what that X amount is? If your renovation project is X amount or more, you have to have a general contractor, hire a general contractor, and they're going to coordinate. They're going to be the ones in communication with the plumber, the electrician, the subfloor guy, the painter. Look at you guys go. Good job, guys. Anything more than $30,000 requires a general contractor to be involved. The whole way back from Unit 3. That seems forever ago, doesn't it? Remember when? That gets us through Unit 16. Key terms. Again, basic understanding of those words. Test question or two. There's a key point review. There's a student quiz on some of those words. Help test your knowledge. Questions on 16. Questions on construction, basic construction. Okay. So I need to stop sharing. Again, just bear with me. Pull up another PowerPoint, and where we're heading next is our license, law, and commission rule. Let me rephrase that. Our North Carolina real estate license, law, and commission rule. This is where we truly understand the real estate commission. When we look at, yeah, already. When we look at these, I'd asked you guys a few weeks ago to read the comments on license, law, and commission rule. License, law, and commission rule is Appendix A of your textbook. I also have the current in Learn, Test, Pass in the welcome section. So one way or another, I asked you guys just to focus on the comments and not the entire Appendix A. Entire Appendix A is like 300 and some pages. So I asked you guys just to focus on the comments. So because I have page numbers in the book, we're going to refer to page 707 of your textbook. The most current up to date is in Learn, Test, Pass, but I know you guys like to reference your book. So the numbers that you see on your PowerPoint are the numbers in the book. And to my knowledge, there's only really one big change that I'm aware of. And we'll talk about that when we get to it. So everything in license, law, and commission rule obviously is a candidate for state-specific test question. The majority of your state section is going to come from this next discussion, this license, law, and commission rule. Please remember though, you guys, especially as you're preparing for your state exam, anything that is particular to North Carolina could be a candidate for a state-specific question, the state section of your state exam. So as you guys are preparing for the state-specific section, license, law, and commission rule is number one. But also don't forget, scattered throughout your book, if in the left-hand margin you see in North Carolina, that could also be a candidate for a state-specific question. Previous test takers tend to struggle with this section. And I think the reason being is because it's law and it's rule. And law and rule is very precise. Law and rule is very exact. You don't have much wiggle room with law and rule, do you? So please make sure, again, you're focusing on these comments that we're getting ready to talk about, specific things in North Carolina, the wording. I mean, you're reading law. Have you ever sat down and tried to read a law book before? Boring, right? So it's a different, unless you're like in law school, it's a different kind of reading. And again, that's why I just asked you guys to focus on 707. There is some other material from law and rule from Appendix A other than 707 forward. So of course, we'll talk about that as well if it pertains to your exam. Once you guys are licensed, you're going to want to reference the law and the rule, and always make sure you have the current information. And the current information can always be found on the Real Estate Commission's website. So make sure you're up to date on the law and rule changes, forms changes, anything like that. we're going to talk about post licensing in this section, but before we get started, remember we said you got 3 post licensing classes. So one is basically on agency. It's called brokerage relationships and responsibilities, but if I could sum that up into one word, I would call it agency, which is unit 7 and 8. Another post licensing class is on contracts and closings. So you got another post licensing class on 9 and 10. What have I been babbling on about units 7, 8, 9, and 10? And then your third post licensing class is North Carolina law and rule. So again, we're just getting you introduced, helping you get through your exams. When you come to post licensing, you got a whole 30 other hours specifically on North Carolina law and rule. We'll see you in 301 soon. There you go. All right, so we're on page 707. If you have the printed version from Learn Test Pass, I'm going in that same order. So we don't have page numbers. We'll go in order from the beginning of the comments to the end. Fair enough? Helping you guys keep up and know what to focus on. But we do have page numbers in the book, so that's where I'm referencing. So starting on page 707, we first start talking about license categories. And in North Carolina, it's important that we understand that we are all brokers. Other states may have sales associates and brokers, but in North Carolina, we're all brokers. We have different classifications: provisional broker, full broker, and broker in charge that we are getting ready to talk about. But bottom line, we are all brokers. Realtors are brokers. Brokers are not necessarily realtors. You get your license, you become a broker. You join the local board, which allows you access into the National Association of Realtors. Member to NAR is what makes you a realtor. Everybody good? The day you get your license, you can only call yourself a broker. You don't get to call yourself a realtor until you affiliate with your firm and become a member of the National Association of Realtors. So the first tier of brokerage, soon to be you guys. The first level of brokerage is provisional broker. How do you become a provisional broker? You pass my class and you pass your state exam. Once they do that, once you pass your state exam, they issue you a real estate license that's on inactive status. We're going to talk about active and inactive in this section. As an inactive status, you can't do anything. So congratulations, here's your license. You can't do anything with it. Good job. How do you make that inactive license active? As a provisional broker, you have to affiliate with a firm. As a provisional broker, to have an active license, you have to affiliate with a firm. You have to have a broker in charge take you under their wing. You remove your provisional status by completing post-licensing. How do you remove that provisional status? You do the 3 30-hour courses. If it takes you 2 months to do it, you remove provisional status in 2 months. If it takes you 17 months, you remove your provisional status in 17 months. Everybody good with that? There is no time frame. It's however long it takes you to get through post-licensing. There is one change in your book that I've noticed on page 707. The second column. It used to be you had 3 years to complete post-licensing. As of 2020, you have 18 months. Please make sure you make note of that, either in your notebook or the book. So how long do you have to complete post-licensing once you're licensed? 18 months. Failure to complete post-licensing within 18 months means that your license will be inactive until you get it done. So if you're affiliated and you're in the throes of a transaction, working with a buyer or seller, and you let that 18 months get away from you, you're not going to be able to finish because your license will go inactive until you get it done. 18 months. That 18 months starts from the day you get your license. When you get your license, it'll look something like this. Let's see what you guys see. Hang on, let me find me. Can you see this? It looks something like this. And on your license, you will have a date. That date starts your 18-month clock. Every single one of you on this call will probably have a different date. Everybody with me? Do not let this 18 months get away. Okay? You will be inactive until you get it done. So that date is your 18-month clock. You can take post-licensing in any order. Like I said, there's 3: brokerage relationships and responsibilities, contracts and closings, and North Carolina law and rule. You don't have to take them. You take them in any order. This commission doesn't care. Just get them done in 18 months. Questions on that while we're here?
Is there testing in post-licensing?
Yes, there is, but post-licensing isn't near as intense as pre. Now, did I just say you don't have to study in post? Did I just say that you don't have to do homework and you don't have to pick a book up? No, let's be clear. That's not what I just said, right? You do still need to work, study, do the recommended homework assignments, but post is not near as intense as pre. The big hurdle is getting your license. Okay. Still study, still pick your book up, still do what your instructor encourages you to do. Other questions about post-licensing? Again, while we're here. Provisional brokers. I call you guys my brokers with training wheels. You can't ride your bike without training wheels, right? As a provisional broker, you can't practice real estate without being under the supervision of BIC. Guys, what have I been saying all along? They're not going to hand you a license and let you run amok on the street, not knowing what you're doing, or with the only tool at your disposal is your pre-licensing book. They're not going to do that. Explain to me how that's best protecting their public. You're going to help somebody buy a $450,000 home and you have no idea what you're doing. Yeah, they're not going to do that. So why do they make you affiliate with a BIC? Why do they, if you want to be active, why do we encourage training and further education? So you're not only protecting yourself, but you're also protecting the public. Remember, all we're doing in pre-licensing is building your foundation. You got a long way to go after this. This is only the beginning. As a provisional broker, you can do pretty much the same thing that a full broker can do, as long as you're affiliated with a broker in charge. Is everybody good with that? If you have a BIC, you're active. If you don't have a BIC, you're inactive. I start post-licensing. The first day I say, tell me, are you active or inactive? And if you're active, what firm are you affiliated with? And I get people that say active, no firm. Do we see a problem with that? If you have no firm, you're inactive. You can't be both. If you're active, you have a firm. Once you're affiliated, you can do pretty much the same thing that a full broker can do. We've had some exceptions in this class. For example, one exception, the provisional broker can't charge a fee to do a BPO. Another example that comes to mind is when we're talking about the trust account later in this section. I got another example for theirs, you guys as well. Your BIC should be in your back pocket. They should be supervising you, helping to manage you, helping to make sure you're dealing with their clients properly. Maybe they connect you to a seasoned agent that they trust. Maybe they let you shadow a seasoned agent. Maybe they work with you one-on-one. When you guys, if you haven't started already, you guys will interview firms. I always recommend you talk to at least 2, if not 3, so you have something to compare, because remember, every firm is different. So you want something to compare. And when you're interviewing, when you're talking with these firms, make sure you like your BIC. Because if you don't like this BIC, it's going to be a tough relationship if you use a provisional broker. They're responsible for everything that you do. As a provisional broker, If you get yourself in trouble with the real estate commission, they're taking your BIC down with you, because the real estate commission is going to say your BIC should have been supervising you and preventing you from doing whatever it was. As a full broker, if you get yourself in trouble with the real estate commission, you may take your BIC down with you. It depends. As a full broker, if you have an agency violation, you're probably taking your BIC down with you, for example. Provisional brokers cannot receive compensation from anyone other than their supervising BIC or BICs. Now, we're going to talk in just a second about why you may have more than one BIC. That's the next slide. Bear with me. So let's say, for example, I am a full broker, you're a provisional broker, and maybe you start working with me, and I have you out running around, putting out yard signs and key boxes, and I make you do my open house for me on Sunday because I don't want to do it anymore. And you know, that kind of thing. Can I, the full broker, directly pay you? Can I pay you? Let me rephrase that. Can you accept a check from me as a provisional broker? And the answer is no, because provisional brokers cannot receive compensation from anyone other than their supervising broker in charge. So if, and that's a big if, I want to pay you for being my little assistant, I would need to run it through the firm. Everybody with me? There was a new rule last year, by the way, that now says full brokers also can't get paid by anyone other than their supervising BIC or BICs. So if you receive a bonus, for example, from a builder, you got to run it through the firm. Whose commission is it? Is it yours? It's the firm's. So that new rule now reinforces that. That should have been the case all along. Why would a PB have two BICs? Well, as of July of 2020, a provisional broker can have two BICs as long as both of them are under the same roof. This rule is in response to the new trend in teams. Not all teams are created equally. There's no rules or laws about how teams can operate. However, if your team has a broker in charge, if your team is pretty much set up as a firm within the firm, the team may be set up with a broker in charge. And if the team BIC and the firm BIC are under the same roof, then the provisional broker can be dual affiliated. Can provisional broker work from different firms at once? No. A provisional broker can only be dual affiliated, two BICs, if they're both under the same roof. A full broker can be dual affiliated, and we'll talk about that in just a second. But as a provisional broker, you can only be dual affiliated. So you're still with the same firm, right? But you're on a team within the firm. And that's what this new rule was in response to. Watch your recording. Yep. So you get your license, maybe you affiliate and then take post licensing. Maybe you go ahead and knock out post licensing and then affiliate. There's no wrong way to do that. Whatever's best for you. Either way, once you finish your post licensing within 18 months, you drop the provisional status and you're just a broker, also known as a full broker. Drop your provisional status. A full broker is one who is satisfied post licensing. Is everybody good with that? That's all you have to do to drop your provisional status is complete post licensing. Sometimes I hear, well, my friend told me it had to be 3 years. No, I don't know where your friend got their information. I'm telling you, all you have to do to drop your provisional status is finish your post licensing. A full broker may or may not be supervised by a broker in charge. Maybe you choose to stay affiliated with a firm. Pluses and minuses to everything. I encourage you to, get experience. shop around. Some full brokers go out on their own. Some full brokers start their own. Maybe you go as a sole proprietor. I'll talk about a sole proprietor in just a minute. So my point is, what we need to understand for now, as a full broker, you have choices. Question comes in, will you still get the training if you do post-licensing before joining the firm? No. Firms aren't going to offer training until you affiliate with them. So if you want to go ahead and start training, start being under somebody, you need to go ahead and affiliate while you're doing post-licensing. If you're worried about letting that 18 months get away from you, consider doing post-licensing before you affiliate. Again, there's no wrong way to do that. But if you want the advantages of the firm's training, you're going to have to affiliate with the firm. You're going to have to sign that independent contractor agreement. Questions on the full broker. A lot of agents ride a full broker for the rest of their career, drop their provisional status, and this is where they live. Again, some remain with the firm, some choose a firm. There's benefits, baby benefits. Some go out on their own. Whatever's best for you. Then the next tier of brokeragedom, whatever, is the broker in charge. Every office location has to have a BIC. If I could put this another way, you have to have a BIC under every roof. Every office location has to have a BIC. So if you have a firm, there's a firm I came across the other day, it has 12 office locations. How many BICs does that firm have? They have 12. One firm, 12 offices, 12 BICs. The BIC that's supervising the office, the BIC that is the one supervising the office is known as the DESIGNAT. Is that right? Designated broker in charge. So the supervising BIC, the one that's over the office, all of the provisional brokers in the office, the day-to-day operations, full brokers, and the unlicensed employees is known as the designated broker in charge. To become the designated broker in charge, you first must become BIC. What's that word? E-L-I-G-I-E. You first must become BIC eligible. How do you become the designated BIC? You first become BIC eligible. How do you become BIC eligible? You have to have an active license, non-provisional status. Doesn't that make sense? So an active license, non-provisional status. You have to have some experience under your belt. You have to have 2 years full-time experience within the past 5, or you can have 4 years part-time within the past 5. I do not know how they differentiate between full-time and part-time. What we need to understand is, to be BIC eligible, you have to have some experience. Again, they're not going to hand you a license, let you complete 90 hours of post-licensing, and then allow you to supervise other agents. You got to have some experience. There's a reason for their madness. Also, to become BIC eligible, there's a 12-hour BIC course. So once you do these 3 things, you're BIC eligible. Once you're BIC eligible, you're positioned to become the designated broker in charge. Some agents become BIC eligible just for the sake of becoming BIC eligible. They have no desire to become the designated BIC. Maybe that further training, that further education. A lot of bigger firms actually want a couple BIC eligibles laying around in case the designated BIC doesn't show up for work today. If the designated BIC doesn't show up for work today, the office's license could go inactive. So it's not a bad, right? We don't want that, right? So it's not a bad thing to have a few BIC eligibles laying around. I'll never forget one year, the CEO of my company, the CEO of the company, that real estate school failed to report her continuing education. And after the deadline, her license went inactive. And all of us, there's about 250 of us in the company, went into a small panic mode. She did her CE, they just didn't receive. We had some big eligibles laying around that we could slide somebody in until they got that taken care of. So we could keep going, the show could go on. But we all had that moment. I mean, I was like, oh my God, I need to re-up my resume. I mean, it was, we worked through it, it was fine. But just in case, you never know what can happen, agree? Questions on BIC eligible and designated broker in charge. Both still BICs. You're either BIC eligible, which means you're eligible to become designated, or you're the designated BIC, which means you're responsible for the operations of that office. There is another separate license category called a limited non-resident commercial broker. This will allow a licensee with an active license from another state to come into North Carolina and do a limited number of commercial transactions. Maybe they work for corporate USA and they want to open a plant in North Carolina. They can get permission from the real estate commission to come into North Carolina for that transaction, for those two transactions. It's a limited number of commercial transactions. They have to, they're not really affiliating with a firm. What's the word I want? They have somebody taking them under their wing. We'll put it that way. They're not affiliating with a firm, but they do have to have a broker kind of agree to make sure to be responsible for them and make sure they're doing things the North Carolina way, because these guys haven't had pre-licensing. They don't have post-licensing. They're just getting permission to come into our state. And please note that says commercial transaction. You cannot get this for residential, it's commercial only. Over on page 78, we see this again. We've seen this a few times. License law and commission rule talks about the activities that require a license. If we can remember LL&CR. Is this a particular reason that the limited commercial broker be, again, you work for corporate USA, they want a warehouse, or maybe your buddy wants to buy a commercial property. So you can, and there's a fee, I'm sure. So you got to weigh what the commission is versus sending a referral fee, right? I mean, you know, so you don't have to come in to do a commercial transaction. You could refer it out. But remember, your license is only good for properties located in that state. So if you're not licensed in North Carolina, then you couldn't do it unless you got that permission, that limited commercial license. Our activities that require a license, remember LL&CR, list, lease, buy, exchange, auction, negotiate, and sell. The transfer of real property, LL&CR, for others, for compensation. All three of those activities require a license in North Carolina. The example I think we gave when we first saw this is if you're for sale by owner or for rent by owner. You're now not doing it for others, are you? You're doing it for yourself. As long as you're doing it for yourself, personally owned or entity owned properties, you do not need a license. Questions on this? Page 708 breaks down LL&CR a little bit more. List, lease, buy, exchange, auction, negotiate, and sell. That's right. If you're doing it for free, no money whatsoever, no form of compensation. We tend to think of compensation just as money, but isn't free rent some kind of compensation? So if you're doing an exchange for absolutely nothing, do you need a real estate license? No, because you have to have all three activities. If y'all think you want to work for free, please call me after class. Let me talk to you. Please. Y'all, we work hard. All three activities are required. Other questions on this? Okay. You may get to the point of your career where you start getting busy and you may want to hire an assistant. And that assistant you hire may or may not have a real estate license. If they have a license, the commission's going to treat them as a licensee. If they don't have a license, they're on an unlicensed employee. It's not uncommon for the staff in your office to be unlicensed. The designated broker in charge is responsible for making sure they follow the rules of the unlicensed employee. Again, you may decide to hire somebody one day to help you out. A couple things that differentiate, the big thing that differentiates the unlicensed employee is how they're paid. The unlicensed employee is paid salary or hourly. If you hire somebody to work for you 10 hours a week, you pay them 10 hours a week every week, regardless if you have a closing that week or not. They're salary or hourly. The unlicensed employee cannot be paid a commission on a transaction basis. Whomever their employing broker is responsible for their actions. Guys, please remember, the real estate commission disciplines licensees. So if you're an unlicensed employee, they can't discipline you. They may not even know you exist. If you're an unlicensed employee, they can only discipline your employing broker. So if you hire an unlicensed employee, you're responsible for their actions. Do I have everybody? Let's all look on page 709, the first column. And I have a list of 14 things that the unlicensed employee may do. I recommend you look over this list between now and next Tuesday. Excuse me, my goodness. What can the unlicensed employee do? Well, I can answer the phone. I can forward phone calls, email messages, etc. They can do data entry. They can input listings into the MLS as long as the information they're inputting was provided to them by their employing broker. Data entry only. The unlicensed employees can secure copies from public records. They can put signs in the yard, lock boxes, combo boxes on the property. They can order and supervise repairs, inspections. They can provide factual information to the public. So if somebody calls and your unlicensed employee answers the phone and they want to know the purchase price of your listing on 123 Main Street, rule of thumb, if the public can find it on Zillow, the unlicensed employee can give that information. If it can't be found on Zillow, the unlicensed employee needs to send it on to their employing broker. So basic factual information about the property. They can schedule appointments for showings. They can communicate with other licensees in the transaction, inspectors, etc. Please note number 10. The unlicensed employee can show properties for rent. They cannot show properties for sale. Please note number 10, that says for rent. You cannot have your unlicensed employee show property, do an open house. The unlicensed employee can enter information into offers, contracts, leases, as long as the information that they're entering was provided to them by their employing broker. Data entry only. I hand you a Subway napkin with a whole bunch of numbers on it and information on it, and I say, put this in the form. I'm not a good boss, aren't I? I'd buy you Subway if I was going to give you that kind of, I'd at least buy you lunch. Data entry only. The unlicensed employee can maintain the trust account. They can maintain the trust account for the firm. We're going to talk about the trust account. They can get stuff together for closing, and they can compute and distribute commission checks. Again, it's not uncommon for your firms to have unlicensed employees. Questions on what the unlicensed employee can do. Again, their employing broker is responsible for them. I already got y'all telling me you don't want to be a BIC. Yeah, there's a lot of responsibility of being a BIC. Unlicensed employees is one of them. Victim isn't for everybody. I once had a BIC tell us, new agents, y'all, this is new agents. And he said, if you're thinking about being a BIC, I want you to go out to your car on break, and I want you to open your car door, and I want you to put your arm in there, and I want you to slam your car door on your arm. If you like that, sign up for a BIC. It's a lot of responsibility, but you know what comes with responsibility? Money. Is it worth it? I cannot answer that for you. Questions on the unlicensed employee. Also on page 709, there's some exceptions. Some people that may not need a license, as we said, the FSBO or the FURBO, because you're not doing it for others now, you're doing it for yourselves. An attorney, in fact, is somebody acting as a full power of attorney. So if the court has appointed you to act on full behalf of somebody, because you're doing it on behalf of someone, you do not need a license. Our attorney at law, our closing attorneys, the ones that practice, assist us in our closings, they don't need a real estate license. If our closing attorneys want to help a buyer buy or a seller sell, now they got to get licensed. So the only exception here is if they're acting as a closing attorney, assisting us in our closings. Again, anybody acting under a court order, guardian, executor, they would not need a license because the court has ordered them. They're pretty much an extension of that person, right? They're not doing it for themselves. They're doing it as extension for that individual. The trustee for the lender and the deed of trust. Remember, North Carolina is a three-party state. We have the lender, the borrower, and the trustee. That trustee does not need a real estate license to represent the lender in a deed of trust. Again, the trustee is an attorney. If that attorney wants to help somebody sell, now they've crossed that line. So now they would have to get a license. And then employees of the housing authority managing properties that are owned by the housing authority. So if you work for the housing authority and you're responsible for properties owned by the housing authority, you're doing it for your employer, a license is not. Questions so far? Okay. Let's take 10. We come back, we are going to officially meet our North Carolina Real Estate Commission. We're back from break. Cameras are on. I can see you. Well, I'm taking attendance. I want every single one of you. Let's double check attendance. I want every single one of you to tell me in a private chat what's the main purpose of the North Carolina Real Estate Commission. I'm taking attendance, and you guys are telling me in a private chat what the Real Estate Commission's main purpose is. Attendance is being taken. Main purpose of the Real Estate Commission. If you're just joining us from break, you're telling me what the main purpose of the Real Estate Commission is. And what we're looking for, their number one purpose, why do they exist? Is to protect the public. How do they protect the public? They regulate our license. They require us to do education. They also help educate the public. Their sole existence, their main purpose is to protect the public when they're dealing with us. See why they require us to have so much training? It's not about me and you guys. It's about their public. Welcome back. Thank you. Your real estate commissioners are composed of 9 members. They switch out terms. Members serve a 3-year term. Of your 9 members, at least 3 of them have to have an active real estate license. So of your 9 commissioners, at least 3 of them have an active license. They're brokers. And of your 9 commissioners, at least 2 of them are not licensed. Isn't that interesting? Of your 9 commissioners, 2 of them are a true representative of the public that we are protecting. How do you know what the public thinks and feels and knows? Get some unlicensed. Isn't it? I always find that so interesting. So your 9 members serve 3-year terms. At least 3 are licensed, at least 3 are not. Commissioners are appointed. Secretary of State, Congress, State Congress, Governor. Pays to know somebody. If you want to be a commissioner one day, start networking, start meeting people. That's how you get in. I've met some of our commissioners before. Back in the day when we were allowed to shake hands, I've shook some of their hands. Good people, just like me and you. Except they regulate your license. How do you protect the public? Well, they have the power to issue your license. They have the power to discipline your license. Your disciplinary action, bottom line, it comes down to how badly did you harm their public? Every disciplinary action is handled on a case by case. There is no across the board disciplinary action for this. Every transaction, every buyer, and every seller are different. And because this one isn't the same as the last one, all disciplinary action is handled on a case-by-case basis. Pre-licensing is education that the Real Estate Commission provides. Post-licensing is education that the Real Estate Commission provides. We're going to talk about your continuing education in just a bit. That is also education. And that's for licensees, that's all the education that the Real Estate Commission provides. Pre-licensing, post-licensing, and our annual CE. You may have education requirements from your firm. You may choose to learn more. I recommend you do. Stay fresh. The Real Estate Commission also helps to educate the public. You know those Q&A brochures, for example, that I have in Learn, Test, Pass for you guys, various topics? That's all provided from the Real Estate Commission. You can find that on their website. They have tools and resources, videos, publications, brochures, various things to help educate the public as well. The Real Estate Commission has the power to make reasonable bylaws, rules, and regulations. North Carolina General Statute creates licensing law, but they can have bylaws, commission rule, and various regulations. And one thing that the Real Estate Commission will not get involved in is matters of money. If you're not happy with the commission split from your firm, do not call the Real Estate Commission. They can't help you. If you don't feel that your buyer and seller are paying you enough, do not call the Real Estate Commission. They can't help you. They don't get involved with matters of money. If this helps, the commission doesn't regulate commission. It doesn't regulate money. There's only one time that the commission will may fine a licensee. Only one time that the commission may fine a licensee. Who remembers what that one time is? One time the commission may fine a licensee. Yep. If you are a timeshare developer, you may get fined by the Real Estate Commission. Other than that, if you get yourself in trouble with the commission, they're not making you write a check to the injured party. They're going to discipline your license. Do I have everybody? The Real Estate Commission is a governing licensing body. The Real Estate Commission giveth you your license. The Real Estate Commission can taketh it away. When it comes to disciplinary action, the Real Estate Commission can take action on its own or from a complaint from a consumer. You can respond to the complaint with your documentation. What are we going to document? Everything. Your documentation is your proof. They're not going to take your phone call. They're not going to take your verbal response. Your case is your documentation. If they want to investigate it further, they may require you to come to a hearing. I think they just recently started going in person again, but of course, for the longest time, they were on Zoom. If you're ever called to stand in front of the Real Estate Commission to state your case, you are absolutely allowed to bring your own representation. Never feel that you have to go through this alone. So if they want you to do a hearing, you absolutely can bring your own representation to make sure you're best protected. Let's hold our place in the book. I just want to point, some things from license law and commission rule out. So if we hold our place in the book, page numbers changed on them. Come back real quick. Hold your place and go back with me real quick to page 580. 580. Page 580. Bottom of 580 over to 581. These are the actions that the Real Estate Commission can take disciplinary action. So I would make a note just to look this over. Maybe you'll be tested on it, maybe you won't. I'm honestly not sure. But I don't think it hurts us to have an understanding, especially I get asked a lot, what can I get in trouble for? Here it is on page 580 and 581. Everybody see that? Disciplinary action by the commission. Questions on this? back to where we are on page 710. Just to give you an idea of what discipline in your license may look like. Censure or reprimand, just think of those as a slap on the wrist. Don't do it again. They may require you to get further training. You know, you violated this law and rule, so we're going to make you take this CE class or make you come back and retake this post licensing class. So they may require further training or education. If they suspend your license, they've temporarily withdrawn your license. Maybe it's a couple months, maybe it's 2 years, depends on the severity. It depends on how badly you hurt their public. So a suspension is a temporary withdrawal. If they revoke your license, you are done practicing real estate in the state of North Carolina. If they revoke your license, they are calling them back, and you're not going to get another license in this state. And I'm not really sure that you would get a real estate license in another state as well. As licensees, we also have the ability to surrender our license. So if you don't want to go through the disciplinary action, you get yourself in trouble, you know you're guilty, and you don't want to go through the disciplinary action, the hearings and standing in front of the commission, you may choose, you have the option to surrender your license. And again, you just won't be able to do real estate in this state. You need to find a new career at that point, I think. Other states would probably frown upon that as well. As we've mentioned, once you're licensed, you're now held to higher standards. And that does include when you're buying, selling, or leasing your own personally owned property. You as the licensee may be selling a house and you're acting as a seller, but you also have more knowledge and education than the unlicensed buyer. Does everybody see the conflict there? Does everybody understand why you're held to a higher standard? Yes, it's your personal property, but you have a further advantage than that unlicensed person. So we're held to higher standards. Buyers or agents buy and sell homes, lease homes all day, every day. The commission or the court may put an injunction on you. An injunction is a legal stop. So they may say, do not practice real estate while we're investigating this. They can put an injunction on an unlicensed person as well. They can prevent them from continuing to act as an unlicensed employer, maybe put a flag on them. I'll never forget back in my administrative days, and before I got into sales, when I was still an admin, the last job I had, I was executive assistant to the CEO and the COO. My office was right in between there, so they could yell at me. It was fun. I was available by Charles, and I was right there. So my CEO was working hard one day in her office, playing around on Facebook. And she said, Julie, come here and look at this. And I went into her office and she found a gentleman that was advertising his services under our firm. And she said, who is that? And I said, I have no idea. Upon further investigation, we learned that he had signed up for real estate school. He never finished, but evidently he thought he had learned enough that he could take it upon himself to advertise on Facebook under our name that he could help you buy or sell a house. Do we see a problem? I sure hope so. Boy, she had that phone in her hand, called the state commission faster than I had seen anybody call anybody before. He's got an injunction. He's got a flag on him. Now that's probably been 10 years ago, so I'm not sure where he is today. They can put injunctions on unlicensed person. If he ever were to apply for a real estate license, that would come up as a character issue. Again, can everybody understand why? He's advertising his services to use a license that he doesn't have. And as somebody said, he's going a step further and saying, I'm with this firm. It pays to play on Facebook when you're at work sometimes. Y'all don't tell your boss I said that. Any license law and commission rule violation may also be prosecuted in a court of law. So please understand, while the commission can't fine you, the court can. So you could be dealing with fines, penalties, loss of license. Questions on the real estate commission or any disciplinary action? Y'all keep your nose clean, okay? Always refer to your BIC, always refer to license law and commission rule. I don't want to read about any of you in the e-bulletin. That's how I live my life. Is this going to put me in the back of the bulletin? Stop and ask yourself that. Questions or comments? Okay. Starting on page 710, this next little section is going to be a pretty good review. What would Julie do? Oh, Lord, no. Starting on page 710, we're going to have a pretty good review. A lot of this stuff that we're getting ready to talk about, actually all this stuff that we're getting ready to talk about, we talked about back in unit 7. So I kind of like this section now because here we are less than a week away from your test, and it helps direct you back to unit 7, the importance of the things that we studied in unit 7, but it also serves as a good review. So we're not spending as much time in it now as what we did, but we are going to go through it again. And first up, we're going to have a nice review on material facts. So on page 710, specific things that are material facts, we have facts about the property itself, structural defects, the roof leaks, the basement floods. That is a fact about the property itself. Is everybody with me? Page 710. Another material fact or facts relating directly to the property. A proposed zoning amendment, road widening, redrawing the school lines. It's not about the property, but it affects the property. It's around the property. And then you have facts relating to the ability of your principal to complete the transaction. Usually that third one revolves around money. If your buyer doesn't get loan approval, that's a material fact that you have to disclose. If your seller's in foreclosure once you go under contract, that's a material fact that you have to disclose. The other material fact that we listed back in unit 7 was a fact that was of specific importance to your client. You guys remember my pretty simple philosophy? If it's important to my buyer, then it's important to me. Now it's a material fact just to me. I'm not running down the street going, my buyer needs a 4-bedroom house, right? But it's an important fact to me. Everybody with me? A material fact of importance to me. And then we talked about things that are not material facts. The stigmatized property, the haunted house on the block. Any property that's the site, murder, suicide, serious crime, we don't have to disclose it. I can't lie about it, but I don't have to volunteer. If I'm asked directly, did somebody die in this house? If I know, I can choose to answer. If I don't know, that might be my honest answer. I don't know. I have to volunteer the information, but it's not a golden ticket to lie. Another thing that is not a material fact is the presence of convicted sex offenders nearby. Again, I don't have to volunteer. If I'm asked, when it comes to this one, I'm a huge fan of being the source of the source. Encourage your buyers to go to the North Carolina Sex Offender Registry website and do their own investigations. After we defined some material facts in Unit 7, we talked about the prohibited acts of material facts. How do we mishandle material facts? And that's when we introduce you to the big 4. If you lie, you flat out lie. Maybe you open your mouth, maybe you put in false information in your advertising. If you lie, you have misrepresented the material fact. Maybe you did it on accident. Maybe it wasn't on purpose, but a lie is a lie is a lie. You somehow got the false information out there. So a misrepresentation, you open your mouth and a lie falls out. When you keep your mouth shut, you have omitted the material fact. Again, whether or not you know, or you should reasonably know, you still omitted it. If you guys see these on your test, you're going to have a scenario. Broker did this. What's the broker guilty of? You're looking at A, B, C, and D. Don't tell me I never gave you the answer choices, because there you go. You're looking at them right here. And if I were you guys, I would go through the scenario and I would first ask myself, did the broker lie or did they keep their mouth shut? Did they open their mouth and lie for advertising or text or email? Or did they keep their mouth shut? Once you determine that, then go back through the problem and determine if it was done willfully or negligently. Look for words like the broker knew. I like, as in Unit 7, but also pages 711 over to 713. With each of these, there are examples. So you have examples with all of these back in Unit 7. You have examples here in 711 to 713. I think the examples help us better understand the Big Four. Questions? Okay. Willful is you have knowledge, you know, it's intentional. Negligent, you didn't know, but you could reasonably find out. Anything negligent, the Real Estate Commission is going to apply the reasonable standards test. Would a reasonable broker be able to find this information out? Can you ask questions? Can you investigate? Can you reasonably find this out? So the difference, good question, thank you. The difference in willful and negligent. Willful, you know. Negligent, you could reasonably find out. Many times it comes to negligent acts, the Real Estate Commission is going to apply that reasonable standard test. Could they have found out? Okay. So then starting at the bottom of page 713, they provide us with this whole laundry list of things that we can't do. They take all the fun out of it here. So here's a whole bunch of other things that we can't do other than mishandling material facts, other than the Big Four. We are not allowed to make false promises. We cannot make a false promise that's likely to influence, persuade, or induce somebody to make a decision. If you make somebody a promise, keep it. This not only includes verbal communication, this also includes through your advertising, social media and print media, online advertising. It all falls under the category of advertising. We have a duty to avoid conflicts of interest. Probably one of the biggest conflicts of interest we have is undisclosed dual agency. What do we remember about dual agency? Dual agency is created intentionally with informed written consent. Acting like a dual agent without getting informed written consent is considered undisclosed dual agency. It's a conflict of interest, and it's a violation of license law and commission rule. Dual agency is intentionally created with informed written consent. Self-dealing is a conflict of interest. If I'm acting in any way that puts my best interest above my clients, that's self-dealing. What if I'm making a secret profit? For example, I'm getting paid a bonus and I don't disclose that to my client. We're going to talk about that more in just a second. That would be considered self-dealing. The example in your book, I really like. You're called to list a property. The seller calls you and says they might want to list your property. And you're doing your research, you're getting ready for your listing appointment. And in your research, you learn that there's a proposed zoning amendment on the table. And if that zoning amendment passes, it could greatly increase the value of the properties in that area. So you learn this in doing your research. You go to the listing appointment, you're talking to the seller, and the seller acts like they don't know about this. They act that they don't know. Do I have a duty to disclose that to my potential seller, that there's a zoning amendment on the table? Do I need to disclose that? Yep, because it's a material fact about surrounding the property. But let's say you don't, your seller acts like they don't know. And instead of listing their house for sale, you look at them and say, I tell you what do you want for it? I'll buy it from you. You buy the home, zoning amendment passes, values increase, and you sell it for a profit. Is that self-dealing? Goodness, yes. Now, what if? What if you're at the listing appointment, seller acts like they don't know anything, and you mention it because you're a good agent. So you tell them, did you know there was a zoning amendment? Do you know how this could affect? And the seller says, wow, I really appreciate you sharing this with me. However, I can't wait. I have to sell now. Now, can I offer to buy their house? Heck yeah, because I disclosed. Everybody with me? I disclosed that information. I disclosed what I know. Again, self-dealing, you have your own interest above the public's, above the consumers. I've said it once, I'll say it again. It's not in real estate transaction, it's not about you. It's about the consumer, what's best for the consumer. Isn't that what Old Car teaches us? It's what's in the best interest. Another conflict of interest is representing another broker without consent. Full brokers can be duly affiliated. You can have your license held with two different firms, as long as you have permission from both brokers. You can be duly affiliated as long as you have consent. The provisional broker can only be duly affiliated if both BICs are under the same roof. That's that team and firm scenario we talked about earlier. So we have a duty to avoid conflicts of interest. Another thing we can't do is anything with improper brokerage commission. You cannot pay your unlicensed employee commission referral fee. They are paid hourly or salary. Remember, the one that'll get in trouble for this is the licensed broker, the employing broker. PBs and now full brokers. This was just new. So I'm making notes, but PBs and now full brokers, we can only accept commission from our employing firms. You can't accept a bonus straight from the builder, for example. It needs to run through the firm. Are you going to get 100% of that bonus, or is it going to be split? That's up to your firm's policy on how they pay referral fees, bonuses, commission. Everything is up to the firm's policy. Can I accept gifts of, they say, what's the word? Nominal value. And they say nominal value is anything like $50 or less. So can you accept a gift of, a bouquet of flowers or a bottle of wine from your buyer for doing a nice job, as long as it's of nominal value? Real Estate Commission says I can't act unworthy or incompetent. Man, they don't let you have any fun, do they? You got to act worthy. You got to act competent in transactions. Failure to properly fill in the blanks of our agency agreements and our other pre-printed forms is acting unworthy and incompetent. If you don't know how to fill in a blank, if you don't know how to fill in a form, you have a duty to find out. Another one of my very simple philosophies. I'm a simple girl. Another one of my simple philosophies. When in doubt, find out. If you don't know how to fill in a form, you have a duty to figure it out. You have resources once you get your license. You have your BIC, you have peers in your firm. A lot of our forms have guidelines for completing information. Once you affiliate with the local board and you get access to the North Carolina Association of Realtors, you have through LL&CR is a legal hotline, which means you can email or call an attorney and get a free answer. There is no reason why we're improperly completing forms. I can't act improper, fraudulent, or dishonest. I can't lie. I can't cheat. When I see this one, y'all remember the R in old car? What's the R? Reasonable skill, care, and diligence. We have a duty to exercise that reasonable skill, care, and diligence when we're working on behalf of our clients. I need to avoid any discriminatory practices. This sums up Unit 19, federal fair housing and state fair housing. Any discriminatory practices will not only be a violation of federal fair housing and or state fair housing, but will also be grounds for disciplinary action from the North Carolina Real Estate Commission. I cannot practice law. If y'all aren't in the habits in the morning of looking at yourself in the mirror, part of your morning affirmations, telling yourself, I am not an attorney, you may want to start now. I can't draft legally binding documents, contracts, agency agreements, deeds, leases. I can't offer my opinion on title. I cannot provide legal advice of any kind. So when your unmarried buyer says, should we go Tennessee in common or joint Tennessee? My answer is call your attorney. You're not going to whip out your pre-licensing book and say this is the difference. Again, a lot of this class is teaching you guys just enough to be dangerous. When it comes to our forms, I can't draft. All I'm allowed to do is fill in the blank. And guys, this comes up all the time because the consumer doesn't know that I can't practice law. The consumer doesn't know that I can't draft. So the consumer will look at you and say, will you add this verbiage on my contract? And we need to know how to respond. And our response is, I cannot draft. Even under their instructions, we cannot draft legally binding anything. We are not attorneys. It's a bad dream. Any violation of commission rule, license law and commission rule is kind of a catch-all. Any violation of commission rule could be seen as disciplinary action by the real estate commission. And then this other category of other. If it's found after the fact that you obtained your license fraudulently, if you lie on your application, that could be grounds for them to revoke your license. So when you're submitting your application, please don't lie. There was an agent a couple years ago in Greensboro. It was discovered after he was licensed that he lied on his application. How did they find out, you may ask? Because his ex-girlfriend called and reported him to the commission. It doesn't matter how they find out. If they find out, yeah, and y'all treat those exes, if they know something about you. I don't know what he did to her, but woof, he lost his license. They revoked his license because it was discovered that he lied. When buyer or seller want to change terms in their contract, what do we say? Call your attorney. Remember, you guys, the parties to the contract can draft, but just because they can, does that mean that they should? So whenever you're buyers and sellers, the best advice we can give them, well, I want to add this provision and I'm a party to the contract, so I can do it. You can, but I suggest you talking to an attorney first. Are you going to document your suggestion that they talk to an attorney? You better believe it. Convictions of a misdemeanor or felony once you're licensed. We're going to talk more about this. So hang on to the second bullet point, but just know, you got to do a background check or have a background check done to get your license. Once you're licensed, if you're convicted of a misdemeanor or felony, you need to report that to the real estate commission. We'll talk more about that in just a bit, so hang on to that. If your unlicensed employee does any activity that would constitute a license, you will be the one disciplined for that. And then if you get disciplinary action from another occupational license, this is not your driver's license, another occupational license, CPA, nurse's license, another occupational professional license. Anybody have another license? If you get yourself in trouble with that licensing board, you need to report it to the commission. Again, we'll talk more about that. Hang on to that. Both the second one and the fourth one. Bullet points there. We'll talk more about, if not today, then tomorrow. Questions on the list of things that we can't do. Does this list make sense? I hope we didn't look at anything and go, oh man, I can't act improper. I hope a lot of this stuff just kind of is what sets well with you. Julie said, I can't lie. You know? I know, they take all the fun out of it. Questions about what you can't do? Okay, continuing on page 716, the second column there, we're going to start talking about some general brokerage provisions. Again, this first little section is a nice review. We're going to review agency agreements and disclosure. So I think this is a good time. Here's another good resource for you guys. Also found in unit 7 and 8, but you have it here as well, starting on page 716. So first off, let's talk about our written agency agreements. Written agency agreements must be signed by all parties. The client and the agent can sign an agency agreement on behalf of their firm. We all good with that? The agency agreement, the relationship is between the firm and the client, buyer or seller. But the agent is allowed to sign the agency agreement on behalf of their firm. Remember that relationship between the firm and the agent, the employing agent, is that of a general agent, which means I have some ability, I have some authority. And one example of that is I can sign their agency agreement. I can sign the firm's agency agreement. Our written agency agreements must be in writing and signed from the inception when you're working with an owner. I cannot perform a single service with the owner of a property without first obtaining a signed and written and signed, I should say, agency agreement. So anytime you're dealing with the owner for sale or for rent, whenever you're being employed by an owner, we have to have our agency agreement in writing and signed before we do anything. The Real Estate Commission will allow us to work with a buyer or tenant under an oral agreement at first. So I can perform services for a buyer or tenant under an oral agency agreement at first. The latest I have to put it in writing is before I can present an offer for sale or an offer for rent on their behalf. I can work under an oral agency agreement until the time I'm ready to present an offer on their behalf. There's no rule that says how early you have to get this in writing. The rule says what is the latest you have to get it in writing. Under an oral buyer agency agreement, it is an agency agreement. I owe that buyer old car. An oral buyer agency agreement is an agency agreement. It's express, which means I have stated the terms orally. I have explained what it's like for me to be your agent. We've discussed, we've had conversations. We're going to orally talk about dual agency. It's express. If you have this conversation orally, are you going to go home and follow it up with an email? Yes. Because what do we document? Everything. We also said that our oral agency agreements are non-exclusive. So in an oral agreement, how many firms can the buyer date? As many as they want. If you demand exclusivity, if you look at the buyer and say you're going to date me and only me, you got to put it in writing. If you also try to limit the time that the oral buyer is going to work for you, if you look at that oral buyer and say, I'm going to work with you for 2 weeks, if you're going to limit the time, specify the time, we got to put it in writing. So our written agency agreements must be signed by all parties. The difference is when. When do they have to be signed by all parties? Everybody good? Understand, there's no rule that says how early you put buyers in writing. The rule says what's the latest you have to put buyers in writing. Recording. Also, with our written agency agreements, we have to have a definite end date. For our listing and our buyer's agency agreement, when it's over, unless we agree to extend it. Remember, our property management agreement allows for an automatic renewal. Sales, when it's over, it's over. Property management, we can allow for an automatic renewal. All of our agency agreements have our non-discrimination clause informing the consumer that the agent and the firm will not discriminate against the protected classes. And once you get your license, you're going to get a 6-digit number. Go ahead and memorize that number because that's your license number and you use it literally everywhere you go. Mine is my log on to try at MLS. Just go ahead and memorize that number. Real Estate Commission has no clue who Julie Campbell is, but by golly, they know who 264172 is. So your license is how they identify you, 6 digits. Go ahead and put it on a flashcard if you have to, but go ahead and memorize that number. And you're going to include that on all of your written agency agreements. Anything you sign will include that. So let's go back and talk about that oral buyer for a minute. You're working with a buyer under an oral agency agreement. You've expressed the terms, you've explained the terms, stated clearly in words, and you followed it up with an email so they understand the relationship and you have documentation of you explaining this relationship. You show them a house this afternoon and they say, oh my gosh, this is the one. Let's write it up. So you go home, you gather the information that you need to fill in the blanks, to write their offer. You send them the offer to sign along with the written agency agreement, buyer's agency agreement. And that buyer says, I'm not signing a buyer agency agreement. What if? We've been oral for the last 2 weeks, 2 years, whatever. And now here you are wanting to present an offer on their behalf and they say, nope, I'm not signing that. If they refuse to sign, I cannot proceed as their buyer's agent. I cannot present an offer on behalf of a buyer client without a written buyer agency agreement. Now we have options. It's not over yet. You just didn't waste 2 years of your life. It's not over yet. We do have options. But understand, if they refuse to sign, I cannot present that offer on their behalf. Everybody with me? I have to have a signed buyer agency agreement before I can present their offer. When I'm presenting their offer, I'm either contacting the listing agent and saying, I have an offer for your seller, or I'm contacting the for sale by owner. I can't do that without a signed buyer agency agreement. Everybody good so far? So if they say, no, I'm not going to sign that, I can't present their offer. What are our choices? Maybe I can get them to sign a buyer agency agreement just for that one address. But like, look, this is only committing us for 123 Main Street. If you can get them to sign a buyer agency agreement just for that one address, you can present the offer on their behalf just for that one address. If it works out, you're their agent. If it doesn't, you can go back to oral buyer agency until they find the next one, if you choose. You guys with me? Just for that one property. You can also, and this is discouraged, but you could possibly make the switch from a buyer's agent to a seller sub-agent. And if you're making that switch, not only is your role changing, but so is theirs. You're downgrading them from a client to a customer. You're downgrading them from first class to coach. And before you make that switch, you need to remind that buyer what you know about them. Because if they agree to make that switch, your loyalty is now to the seller. And what do we tell all our confidential information to? Our client, the one that we owe the loyalty. Switching, downgrading is really discouraged. I hope we can all understand why, but as a last ditch effort, and if you're going to do it with full disclosure and document that like you ain't never documented anything before to protect yourself. Question comes in, has this ever happened to me? No. But if I have a buyer refuse to sign, I need to know what my choices are. I've never had a buyer say, I've been with you for 2 months, I'm not signing this. But guys, it can happen, and that's why we're talking about it. And we need to know how we can respond, how we can address that. Questions? Is this a good review from unit 7 and 8? I like this section of the license law and commission rule. All right. I don't understand. Somehow it's time for our last break. These last few classes have just seem to fly by. So let's take 10. We come back, we'll keep going. License law and commission rule. right. Back. Cameras are on. Welcome back. Cameras are on. And we are continuing on. Still under the broad category of general brokerage duties, agency agreements, how we handle agency agreements as part of our general brokerage duties. Another thing under this broad category, thank you for telling me that you're back. Another thing under that broad category are agency disclosure. They're working with real estate agent disclosure. How do they like to trick you on your test? Agency disclosure applies to all transactions. Is that true or false? Do your head one way or another. Does it apply to every single real estate transaction? No, just sales. You do not need to do your working with real estate agent disclosure in lease transactions. Thus, you don't do them in all. Sales only. And please let me know if you're back. I see some cameras popping on, so let me know you're back, please. We do our agency disclosure at first substantial contact. First substantial contact is that moment in time when the conversation switches gears from the property to the person. Before you start asking a bunch of questions, how much house can you afford? Have you talked to a lender? We need to make sure that we do our working with real estate agent disclosure before the consumer starts volunteering information. We need to do our working with real estate agent disclosure. You can have many conversations about the property. You've not hit first substantial contact. It's only when that conversation switches gears and either you're trying to get information or the consumer is volunteering information. That's first substantial contract. Generally speaking, when the consumer starts referring to the price they're willing to pay or the price they're willing to accept, the terms of the offer, what terms would they be willing to offer? What terms would they find acceptable, excuse me. How much due diligence, earnest money, any particular date you want to close, terms of the offer, and motive. Why are you buying? Why are you selling? Why do you have to buy in this neighborhood? Price, term, and motive. Generally speaking, when we start seeking that information or the consumer starts volunteering it, that's when we've hit first substantial contact. If you guys have not, please make sure you go to Learn, Test, Pass, the Unit 7 material. There is a Q&A brochure on the agency disclosure. It was a brochure written for the consumer. It explains agency to the seller and to the buyer. I highly recommend that you put that in your study repertoire over the next couple of days as a good refresher on agency as a whole. Again, this is the tool we have to explain agency to the consumer. Yep, you can buy them, or you can be frugal like me and download the free PDF. I can pinch a penny and I'm proud. With agency disclosure, when you disclose your status, not necessarily about the working with real estate agents, but when you disclose your status, depends on who you are. So if you are a seller's agent or a seller's sub-agent, and you're disclosing your status to prospective buyers, I disclose my status that I work with the seller, I work for the seller, and I disclose that status no later than first substantial contact. So I'm the listing agent. I meet a prospective buyer, I owe it to that prospective buyer by first substantial contact to let them know that I represent the seller, to let them know that everything they tell me, I have a duty. Don't wait for them to spill their beans and say, well, I got to tell my seller, let me take notes. Everybody with me? I owe it to them to tell them up front. I'm sorry, first substantial contact. I owe it to them to tell them at first substantial contact. Careful what you tell me. Whatever you tell me, I'm already hired by the seller. That's where my loyalty is. So if you're the seller's agent or the seller's sub-agent, you disclose your status to prospective buyers in first substantial contact, by first substantial contact. If you are a buyer's agent, you've already been hired by a buyer, and you meet sellers or seller's agents, you disclose your status of being a buyer's agent at initial contact. What is initial contact? Hi, my name is Julie Campbell, and I'm working with a buyer that's interested in your property. So when you actually disclose your role, your existing role in the transaction depends on who has hired you. I like 717, 718, kind of distinguishes that. Again, if you haven't read the comments starting on 707, that's a big chunk of the state section of your exam. So if you haven't read it yet, please do. Also, is our agency disclosure. We may need to get consent to do dual agency. Remember, with my seller, I'm getting written consent at the beginning. With the buyer, it may be their oral consent. I can have oral dual agency with the buyer. Dual agency is intentionally created with informed written consent. And the absolute simple way that I know how to define dual agency: one firm, one property, one address, two clients. The seller has hired the firm to help them sell 123 Main Street. Now the buyers hired the firm to help them purchase 123 Main Street. You cannot have oral agency with the seller. You cannot perform a single service for the owner of a property without first getting that agreement in writing. Oral agency is only allowed with the buyer or the tenant. Dual agency is intentionally created with informed written consent. Is everybody good on that? Dual agency doesn't just happen. You don't just start acting like a dual agent. That is called undisclosed dual agency. And as we learned a little bit ago, that's a conflict of interest and the laundry list of things that we can't do. Dual agency can be one agent working with both buyer and seller. It can be two agents, one working with the buyer, one working with the seller. What matters is we're both affiliated with the same firm. If I'm in the Burlington branch and you're in the same firm affiliated with the Greensboro branch, we're still with the same firm. I'm not talking about office locations with dual agency. We're talking about the firm. With agency disclosure, we talked about auction sales. Guys, please remember, please listen to me before you start writing. When you're taking your test, you don't even consider auctions unless you are specifically asked about an auction sale. So when you're taking your test, pretend that they don't exist, unless the question specifically says something about an auction sale. Do I have everybody? Auction sales are a different bucket, a different category. If you are specifically asked about an auction sales, working with real estate agency disclosure is not required. You're not going to have dual agency in an auction sale. The auctioneer is going to represent the seller. Maybe the buyer is represented by another agent. Maybe they're not. Remember, in an auction, when that gavel comes down and the auctioneer says sold, they have the power to bind the seller. So when that gavel comes down, congratulations, you're under contract. Obviously, the next step is going to be to put that in writing. At that time is when the buyer's agent, if the buyer has an agent, that's when the buyer agent has to disclose that they represent. So the gavel comes down, auctioneer says sold to the person in the back. Congratulations, you're under contract. We get that thing in writing. If you don't have your buyer's agency agreement in writing yet, you will need to. What kind of deeds are used for auction? That's a great question. I'm going to say either a general warranty deed or a special deed. I'm going to say it depends on the transaction. Ideally, we could get a general warranty deed, right? That's the best one. But I mean, if it's an estate, yeah, you may have a trustee's deed, right? You may have a trustee managing the affairs. If you're working as a property manager for the owner, most property managers only represent the owner. Dual in property management is very rare because most tenants are either unrepresented or represented by another agent, another firm. So most property management agreements will say, I work for you and only you. I'm not going to work for the tenant in the transaction. So when the firm is a dual agent, it's an in-house transaction. In-house transaction means how many firms? Just one. We're not cooperating. It's not co-broke. We're in-house. We're both in the same house. We're both in the same firm. Two clients, the buyer and the seller. Maybe one agent is representing both. Maybe two agents, one representing the seller, one representing the buyer. Remember, always stop and ask yourself, if you're not sure if you're in dual or the potential of dual, always look towards the firm. Is the firm representing this person? Because that's where the relationship is, not you. It's with the firm. Even though we may be in dual, once again, this doesn't give me a golden ticket to run around blabbing confidential information. I still have a duty to protect my client's confidential information as long as it's not a material fact that I'm required to disclose. Price, term, and motive. So even though you're in dual, you're not going to share confidential information to the other party. You're not going to tell the buyer all the seller's secrets. If you're in dual, it's advised, it's suggested that you not run around the office blabbing your client's confidential information. You could, because you're all in dual together, right? The firm's representing everybody, so you could, but it's not advised. Because if you run around blabbing your client's confidential information, you may prohibit others from becoming designated. Designated dual agency is a form of dual agency. This is a problem topic right here. Designated dual agency is a form of dual, which means in order to be designated, we first have to have consent to do dual. I got to get a yes from both parties to do dual. And if they agree to that, then maybe we can agree to take that a step further. Designated is always two agents. Designated is always two. And what happens in designated dual agency? One agent has been designated by the broker in charge to work exclusively with the seller, and a different agent has been designated by the broker in charge to work exclusively with the buyer. If I've been designated to work exclusively with the seller, how many people in this transaction can I date? How many people in the transaction I can just date one person in this transaction, right? Exclusivity. If I'm dual, I can date as many people in the transaction as I want to. There's no exclusivity. In order to be designated, you cannot be designated if you have prior confidential information about the other side. If you've been working with the seller, and now here we are for designated dual agency, your BIC should look at you and say, remember, you're working with the seller, and your BIC should look at you and say, do you know anything about my buyer that could potentially harm them in this transaction? If you've been working with the buyer, your BIC should look at you and say, do you know anything about my seller? If you received prior confidential information about the other side, you can't be designated. Once you've been designated, now you're exclusive, now you're just dating one party, right? Once you've been designated, if you learn something about the other side, I have a duty to tell my date that information, right? So once you've been designated, if you learn, the rule just says you can't be designated if you have prior confidential information prior to be designated. That's right. Y'all be very careful about water cooler gossip. Engaging in water cooler gossip means you may be out of the transaction because you can't be designated if that ever comes up. I'm going to say it again. You can talk about the property all day long, nonstop, 24/7. You cannot or should not talk about the people. Agency teaches us that. Fair housing teaches us that. The other caveat to designated, and this is hands down, without a doubt, the biggest problem topic. It may even be the biggest problem topic in pre-licensing. So let's make sure that we're good. The provisional broker and the broker in charge can't be designated opposite of each other. Remember what we said earlier today, the BIC's job is for the PB? They're in their back pocket, aren't they? They know what they're doing. They may have been at that listing appointment. They may have been at the buyer consultation appointment. If the BIC is doing their job, they know something about the PB's client. And because of the nature of their relationship, the two cannot be designated opposite of each other. Do your head one way or another. Can the PB and the BIC be in dual together? Can they be in dual together? I see some heads. I see others that aren't sure yet. The BIC and the PB can be in dual together. They cannot be designated. Again, back to dual agency by the individual agent. Just because you're in dual agent, just because the firm is straddling the wall, there's no golden ticket to run around blabbing confidential information. Let's pretend in this case, you are one agent in the transaction. You're working with the buyer and the seller as dual. This doesn't give you the right to tell the seller the buyer's secrets and the buyer the seller's secrets. Even if you're in dual, we still honor and respect our client's confidential information. Continuing on, our general brokerage provisions. Brokers as parties to the transaction, we already said we're held to a higher standard. To kind of take it a step further, if you're selling your own personal property, you are on that deed, you have a personal interest in the property. You cannot represent the buyer in that transaction. You can have the buyer customer with full disclosure, but you cannot represent the buyer in that transaction. Remember what LL&CR says, I owe you loyalty and obedience and confidentiality and the moon and the stars, right? So as LL&CR says, I should have that buyer's best interest. But let's face it, if my name's on the deed, whose best interest do I actually have? Julie's, all day long. So it's a huge conflict of interest. You cannot represent the other side. I can let somebody else in my firm work with that buyer. The exception to this rule is if you own commercial property and you own less than 25% interest. If you own commercial property, less than 25% interest, you can represent the buyer in that transaction as long as you have given full disclosure that you have an ownership interest in this property. Everybody with me? You still need to let them know. I got a 2% interest, whatever, I can represent you. Full disclosure. You're going to document that? Yeah. We have a general brokerage provision that addresses if you change your name or your address. If you get married or divorced and you change your name, if you lose your physical address or your firm, general brokerage provision says that we need to notify the commission in writing within 10 days of that change. Once you get your license, you'll have a log on the Real Estate Commission's website for your record, your information. You can just log right on, change your address, name, contact information. You need to do so within 10 days of the change. There's general brokerage provisions on our advertising, how we advertise property for sale or for rent. First off, I have to have a written signed agency agreement before I can perform a single service for my seller or the owner of a property. Yes, we're good with that. Cannot do anything under oral. Thus, I cannot put a for sale sign in your yard or a for rent sign in your yard unless we have a signed agency agreement. So I have to have written consent, written permission to advertise your property. Broker in charge is the designated broker in charge is responsible for all of the advertising that comes out in the firm's name. And I'll always remember, whose listing is it? It's the firm's. So the BIC should be reviewing advertising before it's published. Print media, social media, online advertising. Y'all know how the internet works. You hit submit and it goes out there and there ain't no getting it back. So you need to review it before you hit submit. We talked about fair housing yesterday. It doesn't hurt to have a second set of eyes on things to make sure that you're not in violation of fair housing, for example. The BIC may be looking to make sure that you've met the requirements of your brand identity. Your firm will have a logo. It'll have identity standards. So they want to make sure that you're using your logo properly. My firm's logo is blue and white. I can't advertise in yellow and green. That's not our brand identity. We expect our golden arches to look like our golden arches, don't we? That's their brand identity. So the BIC's should be making sure of a couple things before you publish it. And one of the big advertising rules says you cannot put an ad out there. You cannot put a blind ad out there. And a blind ad is one that doesn't include the name of the firm. Remember, whose listing is it? It's not yours. The firm's allowed you to work their listing. Social media is a huge problem topic right now. Is social media advertising? If you go on Facebook and say, I have a listing for sale, is that advertising? Yep. We could spend all day, we're not going to, but we could spend all day talking about whether you need a personal Facebook page or a business Facebook page. Your brand identity, your blind ad may be a big plus towards your business Facebook page. All things for you guys to research and think about later. Remember your goals. General brokerage provisions covers how many days I have to deliver instruments to the consumer. Show me on your hand. Anybody remember how many days we have to deliver instruments? And I'm seeing 3 days. I would agree. General brokerage says we have a duty to deliver instruments within 3 days. First off, what the heck is an instrument? An instrument is just any document related to this transaction. It starts with the agency agreement paperwork. Then we have contract paperwork. And then we have closing paperwork, the natural transition. Bottom rule of thumb. If your client or customer signs something, they deserve a copy of it. Is that fair? Put yourself in the client's shoes. If you sign it, do you want a copy of it? Sure. So rule of thumb, if they sign it, they deserve a copy of it. When do I have to deliver it to them? Within 3 days of them signing it. In other words, and this is another common misconception, some agents think that they can wait till the end of the transaction after it closes and say, here's one PDF with everything that you signed. But that's not what our general broker's provision says. You sign the agency agreement, I got 3 days to send it to you. You sign the contract, I got 3 days to send it to you. Is everybody with me? 3 days from execution, you cannot wait until the end and set it all. Please also note this says delivery. My job is to give it to you. Once you do with it when you receive it, oh. Am I going to document that I emailed it to you? Yeah. You can go into your sent email, put it in your transaction, tag it for your transaction. And then you have the documentation with the date and time stamp of what time you sent the PDF. The exception to this rule, when we're delivering or presenting offers to our sellers, we have a duty to present offers to sellers immediately, but in no event later than 3 days. When do we deliver offers to our sellers? As soon as we get them. Are you guys here? No. Are you guys here? You're here. Okay. Okay. All right. Am I here? Okay. Did everybody hear the immediately part? Okay. General brokerage provisions tells us how long we have to keep records. Anybody remember how long we keep records? How long we retain records? We keep everything for 3 years. And that 3-year clock starts at the successful or unsuccessful conclusion of the transaction. If you work with a seller and you never sell their home, that's an unsuccessful conclusion of the transaction. Agency agreement expires. When you're done, that's when your 3-year clock starts. If you get them to closing, 3-year clock starts with the closing. We're going to talk about earnest money. If we don't get there today, we'll see it tomorrow morning. We'll talk about earnest money. If the real estate firm is holding the earnest money in the escrow account, and that earnest money becomes in dispute, buyers and sellers are disputing it, you're still in the transaction because you're still holding that money as part of the transaction. So in that case, your 3-year clock starts upon disbursement of the earnest money. Again, we'll talk more about that escrow account and those rules when we get there. But what I need you guys to understand is that it's 3 years from the conclusion. Whenever it's over, officially over, you have nothing left, no involvement left. Most firms I know these days are using some kind of e-program with cloud storage. My firm uses .loop, for example. .loop just by its nature keeps everything for 10 years. So we are well in compliance with the real estate commission. Remember though, .loop is my firm's account. So whose files are those? .loop files? They're the firm's files, right? Which is fine and dandy as long as I'm affiliated with that firm. What if I leave the firm? Do I need my own transaction files as well? I suggest, recommendation, here's your free piece of advice for the day, some kind of external hard drive that you can put your transactions on so you too are maintaining your files. If you leave the firm, you no longer have access to those files. So I suggest some kind of external hard drive that you can dump your stuff onto. For example, yep, free tip for the day. General brokerage duties cover our fees and compensation. Remember, you guys, our agency agreements spell out how much I expect to get paid when I do my job, when I connect buyer and seller. Agency agreement spells that out. That's up to firm's policy. But what if I stand to make more than what's in the agency agreement? What if the builder is offering a buyer's bonus? As this pendulum swings back and we're getting out of a seller's market, you may have the seller starting to offer a buyer's agent's bonus. So if you stand to make more than what's agreed upon in your agency agreement, then we need to tell our client about that, and we need to do so with full and timely disclosure. Full meaning the builder is offering me a bonus of X amount. Timely meaning before they make their offer. They need to have all the information before they make an offer. Sitting at the closing table and looking at your buyer and say, by the by, as soon as you sign that piece of paper, I'm going to make an extra $500. That is not full and timely disclosure. Do I have everybody? They need this information before they make their offer. Why, you may be asking? Well, first off, my agency agreement says I'm only going to make X amount. So I'm making more than what we agreed to. But second off, let's talk this through for a second. We've been saying all along that the seller pays the commission. Yes, and the seller does pay the commission. The commission is based off of the sales price. So does it stand to reason that when we're figuring the sales price, we're taking commission into consideration? So seller pays commission, commission is paid off a sales price. Who pays the sales price? Who pays that sales price? The buyer. So don't they have a right to know you're making an extra $500? Could it possibly be that that $500 is part of the sales price that they're paying? So why is it any of their business? Because it's probably their business. That's why if you're gonna make more than what your agency agreement says, you tell them in full and timely disclosure. Couple restrictions, just a couple FYIs. I don't have to disclose to anyone, client or customer, how much of my firm split I'm going to get. So we say the firm expects to collect 2%. Of that 2%, what my split is nobody's business. I do not have to disclose. All we have to disclose is upon you buying a house, the firm's going to collect 2% commission. Of that 2%, how much I'm going to get. And we don't have to disclose our commission to customers. Remember, it's only clients that we enter into an agency agreement. It's only clients that have to pay me. So a couple restrictions there. And not to beat this thing to death, but the real estate commission doesn't get involved with matters of money. They're not going to get involved in your commission. Again, if you're not happy with what your firm split is, go find a new firm. It's pretty simple. Don't call the real estate commission. Think my firm only pay me. They're going to say, why are you calling me? Continuing to beat things to death. You cannot compensate an unlicensed person. You can't offer them commission or referral fee. Unlicensed persons can only be paid hourly or salary. And remember, any kind of fees and kickbacks are regulated by RESPA. How much does RESPA say I can receive for recommending settlement service providers? What's RESPA tell me I can get? Absolutely nothing. I cannot receive a referral fee or a kickback for recommending settlement service providers. So if I recommend this lender to my buyer, all they can do is say, thank you, Julie. I cannot receive any kind of referral fee or kickback. Remember, you guys, RESPA is a lender law. So if it's a cash buyer, can I receive a referral fee and a kickback for recommending settlement service providers? Heck yeah, because RESPA is not around. They're only around when a lender's around. Do I have to disclose that referral fee or kickback? Should I disclose that referral fee or kickback? Does my consumer have a right to know why I'm recommending this lender? Yes. If you use this lender, I'm going to get half a dozen donuts or whatever. I'd rather you take me out for tacos or something. A little bit more about our broker in charge. Again, all firms, office locations have to have a designated BIC. How do you become designated? You first become BIC eligible. How do you become BIC eligible? You have an active license, non-provisional broker. You have experience, 2 years in the last 5, and you take the 12-hour BIC course. Once you're BIC eligible, you're positioned to become the designated broker in charge. The BIC can only supervise one office. Each roof has to have a BIC. The firm can't consolidate and try to save money by having one BIC for 5 offices. You get one BIC under each roof. As we mentioned earlier, and this is way in advance, and I understand that, but as we mentioned earlier, at some point in your career, you may not want to affiliate with a firm. You may want to go out on your own. Some of you probably already have that goal, is to start your own firm. So the question is, if you go out on your own, if you go independent, do you have to become the designated broker in charge? Or can you be a sole proprietor? Can you be the sole proprietor of your firm? Now, you got a lot more to learn about this and what I'm saying, and that's somewhere down the road. But You can be a sole proprietor. You do not have to become the designated broker in charge of your own firm. First off, let me ask you guys this. If you're a sole proprietor, how many people work there? How many people you got? You're a one-man show, aren't you? So if you're a sole proprietor, also known as a sole practitioner, there's one person practicing. And if you're going out on your own, you have choices. You can be a sole proprietor as long as you are not maintaining a trust account, you're not advertising your brokerage services. You cannot hand out a business card. And if you have anybody affiliated with you, if you're going to do any one of these three activities, you have to create a firm and designate yourself as the broker in charge. You'll learn more about that in post-licensing. So if I'm not advertising my services, I'm not on Facebook saying, call me to help you buy or sell. I'm not giving out business cards. I'm not doing anything to advertise my services. Pretty much, I'm a sole proprietor and I'm accepting referral fees. I'm referring out business to those that could reasonably know that I have a license. Who reasonably knows that I have a license? Mom, dad, significant other, brothers, BFF, right? Those are the people that could reasonably know that I have a license. You're not promoting yourself. Again, you have choices. You either be a sole proprietor and don't do these activities, or you create a firm, create an entity, designate yourself as the broker in charge. And now you can shout from the rooftops. I'm an agent, call me, let me help you. Is everybody with me? This is my retirement plan. Y'all want to know what I'm going to do to retire? I'm going to become a sole practitioner. Somebody's going to get my clientele, my book of clients, and we're going to have an agreement. Any business you get from my book of business, I expect to collect X amount. So I'm just going to sit back and collect my referral checks while I'm kicked back in my chair on the sand with that little drink with a little umbrella in it. You know what I'm talking about? That is my retirement plan. Ways away. Again, you guys are not here yet. You'll learn more about this in post-licensing. But I also know some of you are already thinking about starting your own firm, starting your own business. I'm not going to tell you what you should do, what you can do. I'm telling you, when you get to that point, you need to investigate. You need to do some research. You need to talk to an accountant, an attorney, the real estate commission. You need to make sure that you're handling it properly. Questions? No. For post-licensing, you get the real estate manual. This is a repeat of what we saw earlier. You already wrote it down once, you have it. How do you become BIC eligible? Active, licensed, non-provisional broker. You have to have experience. And you complete the 12 hours. Can I draft legal instruments? No. What am I allowed to do? Fill in the blanks. They provide me with the pre-printed forms. I fill in the blanks. Y'all please understand, reasonable skill, care, and diligence says I have to properly fill in the blanks. The blanks that we fill in are asking for something very specific. I can't fill in the blank just for the sake of filling in a blank. When in doubt, find out. The real estate commission is going to say, did you have tools and resources? And if you say, now they got you for lying too. When in doubt, the tools and resources are out there. Trust me. Never feel like you're alone in this industry. We help and support each other. Maybe that's one reason I like so much about this industry. for the most part. You got your odd eggs that, but for the most part, we're just one big old broker family over here. Unit 10, we talked about our sales contract. It's so important that we realize, you know, the form that we looked at, the offer to purchase that we looked at is standard form 2T. And it's so important that we understand that that is the most common form, but it's not the only one that we're allowed to use. It's not the only contract we're allowed to use. We as licensees can use any contract as long as it was drafted by an attorney and it meets the guidelines of Rule A.0112. Now, you don't need to know this until you get to post licensing. What you need to know is it's got to follow commission rule. So before we're using a pre-printed contract, if it's not 2T, it needs to be drafted by an attorney. Question comes in, how's the sole proprietor get business if I don't advertise myself? My business comes from those that should reasonably know that I have a license. I got a proud mama. I hand you my book of business. These page numbers might be close. They might have changed, but again, I just put them on here more for reference. You don't need to worry about them for this test, but just as a reference and just to understand. Most attorney drafted forms, if you hire an attorney to draft a form, they're going to have their name on there. So you know who to contact. So you know who to, it's not uncommon for builders to have their own contracts. I can use that builder contract as long as it meets this rule. It's drafted by an attorney and meet this rule. Is everybody good? That tends to be a problem topic. You guys want to say only NCAR forms, that's all I can use. Please understand, those are the most commonly used forms, but they're not the only ones that I'm allowed to use. We talked earlier about criminal convictions. Again, you get your background check before you get your license. If you happen to get yourself in trouble once you're licensed, so once you're licensed, if you're convicted of a felony or a misdemeanor, everybody please note, please look for a second. Does that say you've been charged with a felony or a misdemeanor? No. So being charged, you don't have to report it. You don't have to report it until you've been convicted. The gavel has come down and the judge has said guilty. Once you've been convicted of a felony or misdemeanor, or if you receive disciplinary action from your other occupational licensing board, if you have another occupational license, CPA, CNA, if you get yourself in trouble with that board, you must notify the commission within 60 days. Here's the deal. You get yourself in trouble with the law or with your CPA or CNA license. I have no idea if you will get in trouble with the real estate commission. The rule just says we have to report it. They're probably going to have questions like, what did you do? How badly did you harm the public, et cetera, et cetera. Maybe you'll get in trouble with the real estate commission. Maybe you won't. It's all handled on a case-by-case basis. This is what I do know. Failure to report the conviction or the disciplinary action is a violation of license law and commission rule and will get you trouble. I don't know what it was like growing up in your house, but in my house, you were better off to tell mama than let mama find out on her own. Anybody else grow up in a similar home? Think of the real estate commission as mama. It's better to tell them that you got convicted or disciplinary action than let them find out on their own. How could they find out? I don't know. It doesn't matter how they find out. If they find out on their own without you telling, you definitely will get in trouble for not reporting it. You may or may not get in trouble for what you did. Do I have everybody? This has come up a lot the last couple of years. The commission says this is becoming a big deal again. They're finding out one way or another that somebody got themselves in trouble. This is not your driver's license. This is your occupational license. Now, if you get convicted of a felony or misdemeanor to do with your vehicle, right, to do with you driving, if you pass a stop school bus or something, then yeah, felony or misdemeanor, got to report that. But this is an occupational. How many of you live right on the border of another state? Maybe South Carolina or Virginia. I probably have a few. Maybe, where are we? Tennessee. If you live awfully close to another state, you may at one point decide to get a real estate license in that state as well. So you may be dual licensed. Let's say, for example, you have a real estate license in North Carolina, and then you have a real estate license in Virginia. Your Virginia real estate license is considered an occupational license. So if you get in trouble with the Virginia Real Estate Commission, you need to report that to the North Carolina Real Estate Commission. Everybody with me? If you have a real estate license in another state, that is considered an occupational license. Yeah, that's exactly what the exam mode is for. Questions on this? You've got to report it. So I'm getting questions. All right. So we're done for today. Before you go anywhere, in Learn, Test, Pass, there's a 75% exam, there's a 100% exam, and there's exam mode. Take this first for timing and test environment. And then there's a 100% exam for review that tells you why it's wrong and what it's wrong. So the reason this is here, so you can treat one like a real test and then go back and treat the other one to get the information to find out what you missed. There's here in the 100%, also in the 75%. The exam mode doesn't give you the explanation. The exam mode encourages you to treat it like a real test. The other thing before we go that I just want to remind you guys is about some dates. Our exam is next Tuesday. Everybody know that? Everybody good? So tomorrow we're going to finish up. Also tomorrow, you guys, we do exam rules and expectations. I need you guys to be here tomorrow for exam rules and expectations. Failure to take my exam properly may result in you losing your exam. So we need to make sure we're all on the same page. We all understand there are 50 of you and 1 of me. Well, 2 of me. I'm going to have help on test day. So we'll go over exam rules and expectations. We're finishing up tomorrow. September 2nd is your retake. If you don't pass the exam next Tuesday, but you make at least a 50%, so you're making between a 50% and 74%, you're eligible for the retake. And that date is September 2nd. And then your cram course is this Saturday with Ann. Lane will send you final exam is 9 to 1, retake September 2nd, 9 to 1. Your cram course is the 27th from 9 to 5. We will email you Ann's Zoom link on Friday. So how do you get into Ann's Zoom class? We'll send you that link on Friday. 75% is passing my test. So if you just want to shoot for the minimum, all you got to make is 75% when you're practicing, right? If you want to give yourself some wiggle room, I think you guys should be shooting for like 80, 85. If you can pass the practice test with a 90%, you're better positioned for mine. Does that make sense? If you want to strive for the minimum, 75% it is. I encourage you to try to do better on the practice tests. You got to think things into consideration on test day, like nerves, right? So give yourself some some wiggle room. No, we're done on Tuesday. We are done on Tuesday. You need to keep going after Tuesday until you pass that state exam. We are done. You are not. You passed my test. You passed one hurdle. Y'all don't put that book down and not study for 6 months and then think you're going to go pass the state exam. You know how many times I get that phone call? So when you pass my test on Tuesday, you keep going until you pass that state exam. Don't put that book down. Do y'all know what happens when you put the book down? Stuff just kind of disappears. I'm not exactly sure where it goes. Yep, you'll get a grade. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Okay. Okay. All right. 1 o'clock-ish. I'm staying around to answer questions. I think we got a request to do some math. So I'm staying around, keep recording. Y'all have a good day. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning. We're wrapping it up tomorrow. Hang on to your hats. So let's see. YouTube will be up. I usually leave it up for about a year or so. So YouTube channel, Learn, Test, Pass. Yeah, guys, we're not going to rip the rug out from underneath you. Learn, Test, Pass is named aptly, isn't it? What's my goal? I want you to learn. I want you to test. And I want you to pass. You get Learn, Test, Pass for 4 months after this class. If you need it for more than 4 months, all you have to do is reach out to Lane. Okay, can I have Learn, Test, Pass for longer? And Lane will say, sure. And be happy to extend that. YouTube, yeah, I usually leave my YouTube channels up for a year or so. You're going to need to, Julie, the real estate instructor, is she still here? Yeah, Julie, the real estate instructor at gmail.com. Shoot me an email. I don't have that right in front of me, Carrie. So shoot me an email. Julie, the real estate instructor at gmail.com. As long as you're not driving. I don't like that, but as long as you're not driving, I cannot let you drive and be on Zoom. Let's see. Request to explain subagency. If I'm acting as a seller subagent, I'm a seller subagent. Who do I represent? Who do I represent in the transaction? No, I'm actually asking you guys. If I'm acting as a seller subagent, who am I representing? That's right. I'm an agent of the agent. I'm an agent of the person representing the seller, which means as a seller subagent, I'm representing by default the seller. My client, or excuse me, my customer is the buyer. I owe it to my seller to get the buyer through that transaction. Isn't that what the best interest for the seller is, to get that buyer to the closing table? So I'm going to assist the buyer in any way I can without giving them old car. I can't give them old car because they didn't choose to hire me. They're just a customer. And what do we owe those customers? Honesty, fairness, disclosure, material facts. But it's in that seller's best interest that I get that buyer to closing. I can't interpret market data for them. You know, I can just hand them some piece of paper with some market information on it and say, here you go. When they look at me and say, how much should I offer? If I'm acting on behalf of the seller, I should tell them to offer asking price or more, right? Because I'm trying to get what's best for my seller. Remember the difference in a client and customer. The client I'm walking hand in hand with, carrying their bag, right? Lifting them over puddles. The customer, we're just walking together side by side. I'm not going to carry your bag. I'm not going to hold your hand. So as a seller subagent, my best interest, my loyalty is to that seller. The other form of seller sub-agency, real quick, remember we got two different pictures with seller sub-agency, and that's the one I think that is the most confusing, the most difficult one for wrap our brain around. I mean, bottom line, if I'm a seller sub-agent and the buyer's my customer, for whatever reason, the buyer didn't want to hire me. Maybe it's an investor that does this 10 times a year and they really don't need me. They know what they're doing. They don't need me. That might be one example. The other piece of seller sub-agency is when an agent in the firm gets a listing. So everybody else in the firm is an agent of the agent. They're an agent of the firm. Remember, the relationship is between the firm and the client. The buyer customer piece of it, maybe we're with the same firm, maybe we're with a different firm. But I'm assisting you, your seller, in getting this buyer customer through the transaction. So I'm not necessarily helping another agent. My loyalty is to their seller because the buyer didn't want to hire me. Remember, we can't in North Carolina, we can't have transactions where nobody is represented. So in order for me to be in the transaction, somebody has got to be represented. In this case, the buyer said, I don't need representation. I don't need you. So in order for me to be around, somebody has got to be represented. And for me to identify my role and to know what I'm supposed to do, I'm as a seller sub-agent to assist the buyer to make sure they get to closing. That's my goal. I'm not going to give them information. I'm not going to help them out. I'm just going to give them what they need to get there. That's the difference in being a client and a customer. Is that better? I just think it's one of those things that we need to revisit. And that, that might be another good thing to go back to your Q&A brochure, the Working with Real Estate Agents, because it does explain that role, that sub-agency, what happens if, it's written to the consumer, right, to the public. So for the buyer's piece, it might say what happens if you don't hire the agent. So then it's going to explain, sub-agency a little bit better. But I like that Q&A brochure as kind of an overall, a bigger picture. So it may not hurt to go back through that and just get that. Okay. Aisha, you still here? There she is. Let's see. So Haley, did that get your sub-agency?
So if someone is working with the firm, like the seller is working with the firm that you're affiliated with, and then you have a buyer that's interested in the house or whatever that the seller is selling, and they don't want to exactly hire you, but you're helping them with the seller, that makes you the sub-agent.
Right. Well, you're already the seller sub-agent because your firm has hired a seller. Right. Okay. So just by default, you're already. So our loyalty is to that seller to get them through the transaction.
Okay.
So then a buyer comes along and they say, no, I don't want to be hired. I could still assist that buyer because that's what's in the best interest of our seller. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Another example of this, you're the listing agent or the listing firm, the seller hires the firm and they do not authorize dual agency. They say, absolutely not. We're not going to do this. I can't, and nobody else in the firm can't bring a buyer client because they've already said no to dual. So if you're bringing other agents outside of the firm can bring their buyer client, but if the firm's going to be involved, their only option is to bring that buyer customer because the seller has said, don't you bring any of your clients, this firm. So that might be another example why we would be a seller sub-agent. The seller has said no. Okay.
So does that make every agent that is affiliated with that firm a sub-agent of that seller?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
That explains it more.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And that's where seller sub-agency, I mean, you really could divide it and talk about two different things. When one of us gets a listing, in a sense, we all get a listing. because
Right.
it's the firm's listing. You know, if you guys worked for me and I was the broker in charge and I find out that you were treating my seller unfairly or poorly, I'm not a happy bit, right? Because you've harmed my seller. So just as the duty that you have to me, the firm, you're going to treat all of my clients well because they're mine. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So when one of us gets a listing, we all get a listing. We all owe that duty to the seller.
Okay.
But then the second piece of that is if you have a buyer that doesn't want representation
Okay.
or the seller hasn't allowed dual.
Okay.
Okay, let me know if you have other questions. Like I said, look at that Q&A brochure. Look, that's in the Unit 7 material, Learn Test Pass. So look at that Q&A on working with real estate agents. Again, what I like about these Q&A brochures, they're written to the consumer. So they're written in a way for the consumer to understand it. And that's where I think it's helpful for you guys while you're trying to wrap your brain around it. You know what I'm saying? Is to get that, I hate to call it basic, but it's clearly not as in depth as what you may experience, you know, in your pre-licensing book. So that's one thing I like a whole lot about those Q&A brochures. They're written for the consumer in mind, and they're good tools for us to use to understand and present the material to the consumer. Why recreate the wheel? You know what I'm saying? They've already done that for you. Okay. All right, so let's see. Aisha wants to go back to the math workbook. So let me pull that up.
He has that natural profile that he turned into, that war test that you described. That's a historic.
All right, what we got? Page 33. Ooh, we're going the whole way to the end. All right, number 9. Nancy is selling her home, which has a garage apartment that rents for $465 per month. If rent was paid on September 1st and closing is September 18th, what amount will Nancy be charged to the day of closing for rent proration? So we're still prorating. We're just prorating rent now, right? So let's talk about how rent may look. Typically, unless we're told otherwise, rent is paid monthly. So we have September 1st through September 30th. This represents this month's rent. And we go to closing on September 18th. So unless we're told otherwise, the tenant paid rent to the seller on the 1st, September 1st. And then on October 1st, the tenant is going to pay rent to the buyer, right? Now the buyer on October 1st becomes the owner. We used to call them the buyer, but now they're the owner. So you with me so far? The tenant may or may not know this home is selling. They don't care. They just know the rent is due on the 1st of the month and they know who they have to pay, right? So the tenant has paid rent for the entire month of September to the seller. Is that fair to the new owner after the 19th? Because today the tenant is the sellers, right? Tomorrow it is the buyers or the new owner. So to make this fair, we just need to prorate that rent for the month of closing. So if the seller has received rent for the entire month of September, my question to you is, who owes whom? Who owes whom money? Sellers received rent for the whole month. Yes, and look at that. So the seller would owe the buyer. And what does the seller owe the buyer for? For the period of time that the tenant is the buyer's. The seller gets to keep rent on the day of closing, because on the day of closing, that tenant is still the seller's. The seller's responsible for the day of closing. So at settlement, the seller would owe the buyer for the day after closing to the end of that month. So now we got, I see you counting, the 19th, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. It's not 11 days is what it looks, it's 12. So the seller, think of it this way, you know, like I said, today, the tenant is the sellers. Tomorrow, the tenant is the buyers. Whomever the tenants is, they're the ones that deserve that rent. So the seller is going to do debit the seller, credit the buyer, and then what, 465 divided by 30. 465 divided by 30. It's $15.50, we said, for 12 days. So the seller would owe the buyer for $186, reimburse them for their tenant. And then on October 1st, the tenant is paying the buyer, but in this case, they're not the buyer anymore, are they? We need to start calling them the owner. So the seller would pay the buyer. Yep. Keeping rent the day of closing. Again, I fear sometimes some terminology gets lost. I'm saying that the seller is responsible for the day of closing. I'm not saying they're going to pay. I'm not saying they're going to get it. I'm saying that they are the ones that are responsible for the day of closing. So if it were taxes, they would have to pay this day, right? But since it's rent, they get to keep that day. On the day of closing, the tenant is the sellers. On the day of closing, yep, the tenant is the sellers. All right, and then we got page 31. Borrower wants to obtain a conventional loan of 156,000 with a PITI of 1,300 per month. Buyer's HOA dues will be $50 per month. Buyer's car payment is $285 and other recurring monthly debt is $300. What is the minimum monthly income related to qualify? This is that math that we're not going to see on my test and you may see on your state exam. I'm happy to go over it right now, but this is that qualifying a buyer math that you're not going to see next week. So if you want to, I'm happy to go over it. I just want to make sure you're using your study time properly. So when we see qualifying a buyer, immediate, are you a T-bar fan, Aisha? Sure you are. All right, so we can so when we see that qualifying a buyer, we know we can immediately throw down 2 T-bars because we got to qualify them under 2 different ratios. What I'm looking for here is the minimum monthly income. And remember, our T-bar tells us monthly expenses as part of monthly income. So my X, identifying my X first, I need to know how much income do they need to qualify for this loan. And the 2 different ratios, the 28% is our housing expenses. The 36% is our housing expenses plus any reoccurring debt. So both ratios look at housing expenses. Both of them look at housing expenses. The first ratio looks at just housing expenses. If there were no other debt, how much house could you afford? The second ratio looks at housing expenses plus reoccurring debt. So they want a conventional loan, 156,000 with a PITI of $1,300 per month. So my housing expenses consist of PITI plus HOA dues plus PMI if applicable. But in this problem, we don't have PMI. We just have PITI and HOA. So what are your housing expenses? In this case, your PITI and your HOA dues are $1,350. That's just what you're paying for the house. The second ratio looks at your housing expenses, which we just determined were $1,350, plus all your reoccurring debt. How old school am I? If you were to sit down every month and write the same check month after month after month after month, that's your reoccurring debt. Now, I guess we can say if you go online and you pay the same bill over month after month after month, that's your reoccurring debt. So in addition to your housing expenses, you have a car payment and just other reoccurring debt. Could be medical bills, child support, alimony, student loans, whatever you pay month after month. So housing expenses, car payment, reoccurring debt. So our second ratio is going to look at the 1935. Back fourth line means divide. Oops. So when you take 1,350 divided by 28%, I get an income of 48.21. I'm just going to round here a little bit. 43. And then when I look at the second ratio, 1935 divided by 36%, income 53.75. Which one would the buyer qualify under? Put your lender hat back on for a second. If you were the lender, which one is less risky? The buyer that makes $4,800 a month, or the buyer that makes $5,375? Through the eyes of the lender, which one is less risky?
The one with the highest.
And it's the one that makes the most money, right? So when we're looking for the minimum income, the one that you will be qualified under, the more money you make, the less risky you are to the lender. So which ratio would you qualify under? The housing expenses plus reoccurring debt. This probably didn't give you the 2836. If I were a betting woman, I would tell you that they would give you those on your exam. Understand there's no guarantee. This is just me guessing, but I'd be willing to bet they'd tell you the 2836.
Get back in another map. Hey, Julie.
Yeah.
On one of the brochures, you had a excellent visual of dual agency, designated agency. It showed a person, an agent holding hands.
That's that Q&A brochure we were just talking about.
Q&A brochure.
Yep. So it's in the Unit 7 material. It's right here. Unit 7, working with real estate agent Q&A brochure.
Unit 7.
Yep.
Thank you much.
I think it does a good job, and I love the pictures. We were all happy. To
Yeah,
see
that's
the
what got
pictures
me.
added.
I just had to go back and find it.
Yep, there it is.
Sure.
So you'll
Thank
be
you,
able
ma'am.
to see your pictures. Absolutely. Okay. Aisha, you good with this one? Okay. So now we're going back up. Let's see. Page 25.
This is just more counting again. The dates. Because it seems like for the questions, they're counting from the day of closing for the
They are.
for the buyer.
Because I'm not prorating between the buyer and the seller. This is interest that the buyer owes their lender.
Oh, it has nothing to do with the
It
seller.
has nothing to do with the
Okay,
seller.
well, then we're good. We're good.
If
That's it.
you're originating a loan today, doesn't the lender want to get paid interest for today?
Yes. See,
Heck yeah. And where are they
that is
collecting
my
that
fault.
from?
They
Their
get it from-
client, the buyer. Seller has
Awesome.
nothing to do with this. And that's another good problem topic. So I'm glad you brought it up.
That
So
caught
we only consider the seller responsible for the day of closing when we're prorating between the two,
Taxes.
sharing an expense.
Understood.
The seller pays the day for their expenses, the buyer pays the day for theirs.
Now makes sense. Okay, on last one on page 24, I could not figure out how to do the square footage. Like I was confused.
This one?
Yes, what in the world?
So exterior measurements, it is impossible to measure from the exterior than these, and we add 6 inches. So what would be the total square footage? I don't know that you'll be, this is just more kind of get you thinking, but
Okay.
how you measure, let's just focus on that. So we get an idea of how this works. And you're not going to have specific numbers on your test, I guess is what I'm saying. So it'll be easier when you're out there with a BIC measuring together, right? But just to have an understanding of how measuring works. And that's what this problem is trying to direct you towards, to have that understanding on how measuring works. So what we're saying is you come in to measure this house, and there's some information missing here, I can tell you right now. But let's just pretend, I need to look and see what the solution gives you, see what they think. But let's just pretend you come to measure this house. And if this little piece right here, you see my dotted line? Let's pretend that this little piece right here that juts out is the garage. Okay, so the garage generally isn't going to qualify for total heated square footage. If it's finished, if it's directly accessible, if it has a permanent source of heat, then you can count the garage. But I've not seen many garages that fall under that category. You with me? So for the most part, the garage doesn't count. So you show up to measure this house. You got this listing, yay. And you show up to measure this house. Okay, you're going to first start outside measuring exterior. So you're going to go from corner to corner. You're going to measure from here to here, here to here, here to here. You with me? You're going to go outside and measure first and get all of the square footage that is under this roof. So corner to corner outside, measure the whole thing. And then you go inside, you measure the garage, and you deduct that. And that's what gives you your total heated living square foot. Now, how do you measure the rest of this house, which might be where this problem was trying to go? Always remember, the only shapes that I know how to measure are squares and rectangles and triangles, right? So if it's not a square or a rectangle or a triangle, which once I take the garage out, it's not, right? So now, in order for me to measure this house, get the square footage, I would need to break this up further into squares and rectangles, into shapes that I can measure. But again, for total heated square footage, directly accessible, finished floors, walls, and ceilings, and permanent heat source. So you start outside and then come inside, and doesn't what fall under that category. And that's what this is reminding you of. If it's impossible to measure the exterior, then you use the interior measurements and you add 6 inches. So let's just pretend for a second, maybe this is all in the second story and you can't get to it unless you access a ladder, right? So maybe this is all in the second story. So what this is saying is now, instead of measuring the exterior, now you come inside and measure all around, right? Excluding the garage. So you measure inside, and then you add 6 inches to account for the width of the exterior wall. And
Would
that's
we
what
ever have to solve anything like this on our test?
I doubt it.
Okay, thank
I
you.
doubt it.
That's
When
all.
it comes to measuring, now length times width equals square
that's
foot,
fine.
you know, that what we talked about back in unit 4.
Triangular.
You know, the problem with testing on, there's just so many what ifs. So, you know, because every home is different. So even when you're measuring, every home's going to be different. So yeah, I wouldn't. But
Awesome.
again, you're going to break it down into squares and rectangles when you're, you know, when you're out there. I showed a house once, good friends of mine were buying, and we looked at a house once, and it was an octagon house, which means it had 8 sides. And my girlfriend looked at me and she said, "How would you measure this?" And I said, "I would not. I would hire an appraiser, because all I know how to measure is squares and rectangles. My question was, how the heck do you vacuum it? You know, because you got all those, all those corners. Is that it? You good? Cool. Have a good day. We'll see you tomorrow.